Okay. Let's see if we are live. We should be live here in a second. All right, so we are live. We got that. I just want to make sure everything's good. All right, we're just gonna get the Discord alerted that we're live, and then we'll be chilling. So give me 1 second. Anybody coming in the stream? All right, that should be the stream. We've got everything going. Yo, what's up, guys? How's it going? Hey, what's up, Brendan, DJ, Thor? How you guys doing? So obviously we got a lot to talk about for anybody in Amarin. There's a lot of stuff going on. If we're on the squeeze case, I don't think the squeeze is totally dead with this, albeit it could be prolonged. But I think this is a good outlook for the company long, especially after I just upgraded them to a fundamental price target of around 60 yesterday. So I think it should be fine overall if you're willing to chill and just hear out like the different stuff we have looking. What's good? Let's get this money. Yo, what's up, Brill? Hope I'm saying that right. What's up, Amarin? Dawn, Mabel, Alessandro. What's up, friends? I'm gonna wait for a few more people to filter in before we get into the news and everything, but you know, everybody's kind of stressed about this stuff, and I'm not seeing too many negatives in the stuff right now, and I'll kind of go over why. It took me a little bit to get live. I wanted to make sure I read over the filings. So I do have like the agreement and stuff here and everything. So we'll be going over some of the details of that, what it could mean. But we'll go over some of the price action, go over everything that went on, and then kind of go over what this means for stuff. Because I know a lot of people are like, well, can't shorts just cover and this is over? But that's not necessarily the case, and we'll kind of see why. What's my ID name on Reddit? It's Dreamcoined. So DREAMCOINED. Yo, what's up, friends? Need to send me a few gifts. All right, family. Yeah, you can also join the Discord. I don't know if you use Discord, but you can join the Discord and DM me as well, depending on how you want. So, what's up, Alexander? BJ, Evan, Matthew, Steve aside. Hello from Canada. Well, hello from Colorado, my friend. So I'm just going to let everybody come in and we'll see what's up. So, Tyler, what do you think is a good buyback point? Are you talking about on Amarin? It's going to be hard to say. I'm going to be giving you guys a lot of info on the shelf stuff that happened and then giving you my long-term outlook for the company because I think this is going to be good, even longer term for them. I think it'll be fine. What's up, Jacob? Yes, I will. Gary? All right, perfect. I'll try to remember Gary. I get a lot of people that I talk to every day, so don't feel offended if I forget for some reason. But the more I talk to people, the more I remember their name. So what does the shelf mean holding with a 6 average right now? Well, you are most likely going to be in a very good spot. So, basically, before I get into the details, the downside after the shelf offering right now looks to be about a downside of $10. Am I dropping frames? Am I dropping frames right now on the stream, or are we all good? My stream's lagging on my end, but I don't know if that's just me. I think my internet might be messed up. We may come back in a second after I reset my router or something. I don't know exactly what it's doing. If it's having issues. Is the stream quality for you guys or... Let me see. Got in at 350 on AGRI. I think you're going to do really good on that long. You'll be fine. It did lag for a bit, but it stopped. Everything's fine. It's blurry. Let me see. Stream keeps pausing for you. Do we have a bunch of issues? So if you guys are fine with chilling, I might just take it off for a minute and then reset my router. It should take like 5-10 minutes so we can try back again. I'm not exactly why. I think my internet's been a little jumpy last day, so. Are you guys all on the live listing though? Because if you're not live, it might be messed up. Like it might have random stuff. Higher quality not showing you better. If I go on HD, it's higher quality. I just want to make sure the stream itself is not lagging. I think it's gonna, I don't know if it's gonna go in and out. You don't think so? You're fine? Okay, well, let's go on it. Yo, all right, cool. So I have a lot of chat to catch up, but MRIN has taken longer than expected to profit. Well, so I started MRIN Outlook as a long-term thing anyway. The short squeeze scenario was just like a possible benefit, if that makes sense, right? That's what you got to keep in mind. Okay, cool. So we've got a decent bit of people here, so I think I'm just going to get into covering it. So first, I'm going to go over some of the price action we saw here. One of the things to think about is before the offering came out, this had a huge drop where this looks like it was very shorted. And this, we have data to back it up, but you can see the huge volume candle here where that was roughly, this is telling me a volume of 1.2 million. Like right at market open for where that happened, but there was a lot of shorting in the low volume even here. So we got 1 million volume at market open, which is where this candle is. A lot of this is partially because that came out right after the share offering or shelf offering stuff that happened. Can you see what it? Let me read this real quick. Can you say what it means when Benzinga says unusual options activity in this bearish sentiment or bull sentiment? So unusual options activity usually just means there's a high volume in a ratio one way or the other of bullish or bearish. Bullish would just mean they think the stocks, they're betting that the stock is most likely going to rise. Bearish would obviously mean it's dropping and things like that. Oh, there's an influx. We've got 20K buys at $11 on Amarin right now. That's pretty nice. But yeah, and then sweep options are usually just like large volumes of like singular buys or like just grouped buys, usually kind of. So back to this, we were sitting about almost 14 in pre-market and it dove all the way down to here to 11 initially. And this was shorted, and we can back this up with Fintel, where they were up to having 200,000 shares available during that pre-market time, and it got cut down to 100,000. So they shorted 100,000 more shares. That's what that volume was here. You can see through here, literally right here, right when it dropped, you can see that there was 104,000 volume bearing negative. So that was 100,000 shares shorted right at that drop. This had nothing to do with the option. This had nothing to do with the offering when this initially dropped. This was all a bear setup to pull this back because obviously it was looking really bad for them going into tomorrow with options and everything going on. And so this was all shorting. This is what happened here. Then we got the share offering, the shelf offering stuff through here. And this is where it's been, and it's been consolidating here above 11. But the thing to keep in mind with the shelf offering is that a lot of people get confused and think shorts can just cover when there's an offering, which isn't the case. So I actually pulled up the SEC guidelines on this to kind of go over it with you guys to kind of help you with your decision making in a sense. But basically this rule amendment was where it made it unlawful for a person to purchase securities in an equity offering if that person sold short that security and it's during a restricted period, right? So anybody that would have shorted within the last 5 market days before the pricing of this offering is not able to cover. Obviously older shorts can cover, but a lot of the really old shorts are going to be in that $10 and under area. So that's going to be something to keep in mind, where a lot of shorts are still actually underwater, even with this shorting and the pullback from the offering news and everything, to where those ones are likely, one, not going to cover to take a loss, since they've been stubborn to this point, and two, the new ones can't cover just because they legally aren't able to. So that's something to keep in mind in that sense. And then to kind of go into the shelf offering they have, we can see the stuff here. The last price when they announced this was $13.67. So this was roughly early this morning that they put in the filing. The other thing is, the thing to keep in mind with this is that they did it from July 14th. When they were filing this, and it went through this morning. So they filed it yesterday, but this stuff takes time, even though it's like instant from when they put it in. This allows for a delay in adding the shares to the market and everything. And this would set up to where they aren't even going to list how many shares they're actually going to close the offering at to the market right now. Right now, it would be estimated there's about 3 million shares being added, which would put the float to about like 12.9 million, something like that, 13 million, depending on who you're looking at for the public float. So that's a big part of it. And they're assuming that was going to be the price that they put it at. This kind of factors in, but obviously the market price that we're currently at does affect that a little bit. This would go into possible share dilution, but it wouldn't go to this extent of shorts covering, because a lot of these shares are going to be bought up by most likely retail and big institutional investors. So it's still going to keep that float kind of tightly locked and utilized, and not allow for a high volume of shorts being able to cover in the near future. Obviously, there are going to be some now that if they shorted around 14 or 13, they might think to close out their position. That's if they're not greedy. I mean, I think it would be smart here, because I think the way this price has moved, it usually rebounds pretty well, especially when it's showing strong support here at 11. And the way it looks like it's been manipulated by bulls, like when it does these spikes and stuff, I wouldn't want to bet against that. I would want to get out while I'm ahead. But we still have scenarios going into tomorrow where I don't think these shares get added to the market tomorrow, because they have to detail how these shares go out and everything, and that usually takes a few market days and everything. So where that plays into is now where we see this going into Friday still. They are on SSR going into Friday, which is tomorrow. And we do have all of those options contracts that are set to possibly expire during that time. So and then the estimate right now is that they are looking to close this in a whole day. So it wouldn't be like a slow bleed out where we're getting drip fed everything. So it would just be done. And then, so if they fulfill that in an entire day, which would possibly be today, and we go into tomorrow, Friday, where that happens, this could still set up where we see just volume pumping in tomorrow with all of that stuff. I'm going to close scans, because scans is not, it's just not connecting to my internet stuff. But when we go into tomorrow, looking at if they were to try to close this today and it all went through, we'd be going to tomorrow with roughly a 13.9 million float, which is still extremely low. We still have high utilization. Those shorts can't cover off of the offering shares that were new here. And then we've got a case where we could see more bull manipulation going into the options contracts. To pull up the options contracts chain on Amarin, for anybody that doesn't know, you can always just look up like a stock contracts chain in NASDAQ. I'll tell you everything, and you're just gonna like put in the money. We've got the chain starting at about 1250. So if the price were to be able to be risen to 1250, we've already got about 300 contracts there that are open. There might be more people that open more today going into then. I believe they could still get in today. And then after the 1250, you see a sharp rise where we've got 1,551 on 15, 1,501 on 1750, 2,387 on 20. So even with the mindset of share dilution, we still have the catalyst of all of the options coming in tomorrow, on top of new shorts that just put in today, where we have 100,000 more shorts that added in the morning. And we could see where even if we can get to that 1250 area tomorrow, the options could be exercised. This starts upward movement. We get to 15, and if it keeps hitting those levels and those options are exercised, it could still keep increasing tomorrow. On top of that, if you don't believe in the short squeeze at all, if you think it's totally dead, I dropped a video yesterday. If you haven't, I don't know if whether you're new to the channel or if you're one of my older viewers, but I dropped this video yesterday, and a lot of people aren't talking about this, but they have a partnership deal with Google, where Google essentially each year for the last couple of years has paid them millions of dollars, which is about a third of their balance sheet right now, to keep looking towards where they are trying to put in more information for just search innovation for search engines. And so the incentivization is Google pays them, they put in some of that money in their company to improve their technology and platforms. And then it's like a kind of self-feeding cycle. But I kind of go into more of why that's important and everything. But basically that sets up a catalyst for as late as September, where anytime between now and September, they could be renewing that deal because that deal is set to expire in September. And as of right now, that would set in a scenario where we could be seeing that renewal coming in, because it has a huge upside of happening due to a bind from antitrust that Google is in. Thank you, Morgan. I appreciate you. Yeah, I would assume they would do it all today too, Dave, which means we could see upward movement tomorrow pretty well, which would be sick. But anyways, going off of this, on top of the fundamentals, my price target for Amarin long over the next year or two is still going to be $60 for upside just on fundamentals. But this is even more so now because if we go away from the share offering stuff, because I'll close this out. And let me go in. Are they going to show this in the news and Weeble so I can just pop it? Their financials. Yeah, so they came out with their financials. And this was right before they did their shelf offering. So their net revenues are going to be down to 6.1 million in the last year as compared to their net revenues are going to be about 6.1 million for quarter 2 as compared to 7.3 million in quarter 2 of 2021 or 2020, which is a small decrease, but a digital ad company, you would think that would be probably the case for a digital company and everything. And then we've got the gap loss actually decreased from the previous estimates in the last year, which is good. The share offering is set to allow for them to have their revenues look tighter and more pumped on their balance sheets when they do come out with their financials. And this would be the official statement. And the official statement is expected to go out next month, I believe. So that's a shorter catalyst coming up. Then you've got on top of that with the financials that are most likely going to look good, you've got a catalyst of that Google partnership deal for the deal that literally almost nobody is still aware of, because I'm the only person I've seen that has covered it. And stuff like that. Yeah, $60 would be about a year for me right now, is what I would think, a year or two. But I think they've got high upside as a company. We still have a couple shorter term catalysts within the next month and a half without the squeeze. And the squeeze was literally just icing on top of where I saw the company going anyway. So a lot of people are stressed right now. It's understandable if you're underwater. If you only wanted to play this for the squeeze, that's on you. I would still see how this plays out tomorrow, because there's a lot of stuff I could see. And they, like JL just brought up in chat, they do still have a lot of failed to delivers that have been on. And there's a chance that coming up soon, those failed to delivers are going to be at a point where brokers are going to have to start liquidating shorts. So these are a lot of factors that are still in this, even with the shelf offering. Hey, what's up, Wanik? I hope I said your name right. Korean Mariners are holding over the Eastern line. There you go, buddy. Let's go. If they manage to sell 3 million shares for average 10 or above, that would be huge for the company. Yeah, exactly. They would have so much money. They would literally be set for like the next 2 to 3 years estimated. Especially with the Instacart deal, and if they renew Google, Like, that would be insane. That timeline would be about a year or two. So like 12 to 24 month period for like a long on them. What do the shorts expire tomorrow mean? So it's not shorts expiring, it's options contracts. So we have a huge volume of call options to put options, and these could all be exercised possibly tomorrow. So even with the share offering news, they're expecting to try to close this position today of like issuing all the shares out and getting this shelf offering out on the market. Shorts, the newer shorts can't cover that. We seem to still have bull manipulation from somebody that's a bigger money position holding this. We did see like a $200,000 buy like limit from an entity yesterday that kind of like it like flashed on Webull. So I don't think that was just graphical. I think that was like either intentional or like an accident of not hiding it under like the order flow as you go. But the thing is, when you look at the options contracts for tomorrow, they start at about 12.50, and there's even some for 10. So some people had it called for 10. So these $10 ones, even if we're above 10, can exercise here. This could all start a catalyst to where if these exercise in the money tomorrow, and then we look towards where whoever the bull whales are start pushing the price, and all of these start getting in the money, and then these exercise, you've got an escalating amount of call contracts that expire going through from $15 to $35 where they could keep pushing it. And keep in mind, if you're not aware on options, each of these, like one of these out of the 1,551 on 15 is 100 shares. So if you do the math for the rough estimate of this, this would equal about 1.25 million shares at a baseline if they all got to exercise. Is a stock more bullish as short volume percentage is decreasing? Generally, it depends on the scenario though. So like if they're overextended and it's extremely overly shorted and somebody with bigger money comes in, and if they were to look more towards where you have other funds looking to battle them, that's when it becomes a problem for shorts, because usually a high short interest is bearish, but when you have an influx of buying you don't expect, like Marin had, then this becomes a scenario where the short interest increased in 3 days. They've cycled in and doubled down and everything. A lot of the shorts in the last week are new, and so they can't participate in this offering, and they're kind of stuck. No, not a lot of retail is selling. Not a lot of the bulls that are bigger money are selling, and the float is still low even with the share offering. Yeah, the float with the share offering would still technically be roughly 12 to 15 million depending on how you do it. So it's still extremely low. Why would someone not exercise a call option? Well, if they don't, like if it's not profitable, they might let it expire. But that's where this comes in as a catalyst to where, like I said, we're at 1063 right now. If this held and we stayed here, what we could be seeing is that we have these $10 calls exercise. So this is 166. You do 166 times 100 to fit with that. And so that would be 100 shares exercise. If they fully exercised and held that and people wanted to run that route, this could start a catalyst where these could each increasingly add more and more. Because you see, starting here at 15, we jump from 300 to 1500. So you got 1500 at 15, 1500 at 17, 2300 at 20, and you've got like 3500 at 25. It likely would hold because of institutes. Yeah. Well, so if you look at the cost basis too for this, also keep in mind this is low flow, oversold, or not buying right now because people are trying to buy low. But we're going to see a small price drop to the day most likely, just because we're going to see some of the dilution from the share stuff coming in. But if we look at, what was I going to look at? Let me try to find it. So if we look at the order flow is still very even. And actually from the 15th today, it was slightly positive when it was uploading on large scale orders. So you can see here, it's 2.96 large scale orders, 2.91 large scale sells. So large scale orders are still bullish. on this, even with this news, which should tell you something if you're looking at large scale orders. Those aren't automatically exercised at market open. No, they usually drip them out throughout the day so that they don't tank the market. Could you show us a source of the Google news? Yeah, let me pull up my close stuff real quick. Hold on. Let me pull it up on another tab real quick and I'll get the article over. Just give me a second. I'm just going to go on my older video because my older video will actually have the links. That's what I'll do. So if you go on my video here and you want to read more on their Google partnership and everything, all of my, so anybody that's not aware, I don't know if you guys know this, I link all of my references for you guys at the end of every video. They're always at the bottom here in the description, so you can always come in here and see stuff. So like I've got the options chain and everything I went over. But so we've got a couple articles in here where you can see stuff where ad tech firms like Marin Software and Kenshu receive multi-million-dollar rebates from Google each year. We've got this article where they're talking about the deal. This is an older deal. I think this article was like from 2019 or something. But they're talking about how they get paid by Google. They've got some more of the info here. They were talking about some of their financials at the time, that kind of stuff. And then this is a Business Insider article, so you'd have to pay to read this one. But this one from a journalist goes more in depth with this stuff and how this stuff plays out. And you can see the stuff where Google's spokesperson's comments were pretty high on the company as well. That's my price target, is like $60. Yeah. Is the prospectus an ATM equivalent? Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. So when they initially came out with it, it was priced at $13.67 because they filed it yesterday, and it just got approved today. If the shorts cover at this low price, does it negate a squeeze? Well, you have to think about this, Kami. When shorts cover, it'll still raise the stock price. If we are... so this is what I said before to people anyway. The lower the price is, the more likely shorts are to cover. But the issue is when they cover their positions, they can raise the price with how low the float is. What's going to happen going into tomorrow is we have all of those options contracts between $10 and $35 that could possibly be in the money at any point between today and tomorrow, because SSR got triggered for tomorrow. And what this means is the more of those options that are exercised and bought to hedge to put into the market, the more the price rises. The more that rises, the more likely shorts may or may not cover on top of that. And then the more likely that shorts cover, this still is like a self-feeding cycle where it could snowball really fast. So tomorrow is still possibly in good shape just because we still have a lot of those contracts at $10, which is still below where the stock is right now. What's the best way to catch a news about the share offering be completed? So I just renewed my scans membership. When that actually goes through, I'll update in the Discord too if you're in the Discord. So that's another good reason to be in there, because we do update stuff in real time. But a lot of it will also be the market news channel in there too that I'll update. But really, it's just like searching around or searching through filings when they drop and stuff like that. Should I buy now or wait till open tomorrow, watch pre-market? It's really up to you. My philosophy is if I really want a position or something, I would start a small position and then see where the market goes, and I can always average up or down. And then that way, like, if I don't have FOMO if my stuff goes in, and then if it goes down, I'm not so overextended that I can't average down. That's usually a good play on my part, but that's really just how you want to play it out. However you want to play it out. They could cover tomorrow, though, DJ. That's the issue. You don't know that. But if they don't cover tomorrow and the price does rise and contracts do start getting exercised, then it's just going to hold more of them underwater anyway. So either way, it's still a self-feeding cycle. So it's either they don't cover, dump the price at 11. I mean, I wouldn't personally, but I mean, that's on you guys. Yeah, setting yourself to average down in any situation is good. A lot of the people that bought really high in this are just because they threw all of their buy power in high and they can't average down. But that's if options expire, DJ. That's a large gamble that the price could possibly not rise tomorrow, especially with the apparent manipulation by some large money bulls. Like, we've got an increasing large inflow coming in today. Yeah, the price moves super fast. That's the thing. Yeah, this would still be one of the highest shorted stocks as per NASDAQ. I think even with the share offering, they would still be roughly like a 35 to 40% shorted stock, something like that. What price for Amarin would you say re-entering for more share is a good idea? Really, it just depends on your average. If you're super high, I would think about getting some here. So like, say if you're 20 plus right now, right? It would probably be in your best interest to go here because you could probably cut your position down a significant amount. Like I said, I'm very high in the company long, so I've always been high in the company long in what they're doing. A lot of people overlooked a lot of their fundamentals, which is really just not doing your due diligence. And so even outside of the squeeze not happening, they have a huge upside in the future. Yeah, it's a gamble versus a gamble. It's whatever chicken wants to bow out first, really. Nice, Nate. It dropped $2 within 2 minutes pre-market today. Well, yeah, but also like look at the spikes it's had during the day most days. Like even literally just yesterday, it went from 276 all the way up to almost 15 in about an hour. So, and then this dump pre-market was 100K shorts. Like you can see 104,000 dump volume here, and we can cross-check that with Fintel where they went from 200,000 shares to 100,000 less shares availability for shorting. And then we just had 50,000 that were put back, so those are probably a little older ones, but this is still very low for share availability for shorting. And then the borrow rate's still pretty decently high too. It's only about 118% right now though, but that's most of the significant data for this. Mainly, this is going to be the thing to watch is this and Ortex and how Ortex updates, because Ortex supposedly counts in naked shorting too. So we can see how stuff is, but it says on Ortex there's like 300K more borrowed. So it really just depends. Yeah, Amarin is also on the SSR list for tomorrow. So they technically couldn't short tomorrow unless it's on an uptrend. Like, so for today when they shorted, they probably shorted a little more around here or like when it went up in this area. But it's literally on SSR the rest of today and tomorrow too. How's 1560? I don't view that as a bad average. I think that's really good long. Like I said, we still have catalysts of them announcing their Q2 financials coming up in the next month or so, and then the catalyst of possibly renewal on the Google deal coming about possibly September, if not sooner. So there's still a couple significant catalysts coming up for this that could also boost the price, let alone a squeeze. Yeah, it's like retracing back here to 11. I think sitting above 11 would be solid. Like I said, I think some of the share price is going to go down because they will inject some of the shares into the market, even though it won't necessarily reflect here. So that'll most likely push the price down a little bit too. There's not really that much more selling than buying right now. Like the large buys are still higher, the medium buys are catching up to the medium sells, and then the small buys and sells aren't that huge either. AMC GME Marin squeeze would be great for me. Yo, what's up, Jim? How's it going, dude? Oh, I 100% think there's naked shorts in here. So, Ortex, for this to be so off from the NASDAQ reporting, there's got to be some outside data being fed to this, because Ortex is usually very accurate for a lot of stocks, right? For it to be this far off, where it's showing 11 million shares in short interest, there has to be naked shorting somewhere. And we've already seen some data where some days there was like millions of shares that were ran through dark pools already on Marin. I don't have the stuff on me right now, but if you scroll like the Marin subreddit, you can see like some screenshots for the dark pool data and everything. And so there is a lot of evidence that there's been a lot of naked shorting on this too. So what about the calls for tomorrow at 2025? Well, that's where all of it's significant, like we've gone over, is we have calls as low as 10, and literally all of these going up could be exercised if each of these starts going in the money. And there's more and more at each level between like 1250, 15, 1750, 20, 20, 50. Like there's increasing amounts through that entire range. What price for Marin would you say get a new position for averaging for more shares a good? So this is what your downside's looking like right now. So post share dilution, they are estimated to be about like roughly $9 to $10 is the bottom worst case scenario, and that's more if people sell and dump the price more, which is going to be an unlikely scenario unless people are just impatient. And so your downside is possibly like maybe a couple bucks down here, and my upside long is a price target of about 50 to 60 bucks in the next year or two. Yeah, there's a lot of naked shorting on this, I would assume. Like, I don't think Ortex is that far off, but for now, I think the more likely data to follow is Fintel, where Fintel has them about 41.77% of the float. I do have a vid on Zella already, Chris. So if you go back to one of my last couple of videos, you can see it. For anybody that's on Marin too and you haven't seen this video, this is a higher fundamental thing for the video, for the group. Why I think they're good too is their Google partnership and all that. So make sure you're checking that out. Let me go to my channel and I'll show you. Yeah, so I did a Zella video a couple days, like a couple days ago. So it's right here if you want to check it out. Thank you, Timothy. Yeah, I just want you guys to have like accurate info on this. But on top of like all this going on, you're also coming off the last 2 days being red days on the market for Fed talks. Like the Federal Reserve was talking more again this morning at market open. So that obviously doesn't help share prices and other stuff, let alone this. Like if we scroll, let me see what my watch list for July is looking like. So my watch list for July is like half and half right now. But the broader market was pretty red yesterday. And they held up pretty well yesterday too, so. It can, Jongwoo. It depends on if they were already actively starting to put the shares in the market and getting those out or not. The way it would work is, yeah, it would probably drop about like 30%. And then the downside, I think, would be about a $9 to $10 area. So Fairyland, there's specific rules that are supposed to be against that. Since they're going to be raising so much capital here, especially if the price drops, it would be very hard for them to do it for at least a few months. I think it's like 6 to 12 months. I think they were able to finagle it on SEC, so I didn't assume they would be able to do a share offering because there's rules around how much you can raise in relation to the last one you did. And they did one last year around September. But what I didn't take into account, because that was a 12-month timeline, is the fact that the price has risen so much, and it's based on like a percentage of like the price and like fair market value for doing your offering. So I think because the price rose so much, it gave them an out to be able to do it. So that's on me for kind of overlooking it, but yeah. It's almost guaranteed that they're doing the offering right now from the market open. What do you mean? Oh, like they're drip feeding it? Yeah, I think they've already been drip feeding it. That's part of why the price is dropping, in my opinion. But this also sets up for tomorrow where we can see where the price is going to be more likely. Yo, thanks for the $2, Mab. It's up to you, man. Yeah, the price would just tank more, Dave. I wouldn't assume that they are waiting on it either. They've probably already started drip feeding in. But like I said, this would be better anyway because we would be able to see where the price would be tomorrow if that's the case. let's say they all exercise their calls in the $10 level. This means that the people exercising are allowed to buy their shares at their strike price, but they get to buy them off the market maker. Yeah, so they would buy them at that price that they're exercising them, though, at the 10, and it would still raise the price usually, and pump it. So, and even if they don't do that, exchanges have to cover for those options and buy those shares. That would be part of the squeeze, yeah, John, is banking on whales blowing up the calls. I think the actual part with the calls, though, is this could naturally get and stay above $10, and it could bump it up still. So really, it's just going to be indicative of what volume we can get tomorrow and who's playing it. Yeah, they're doing a shelf offering. It's like I said, it's expected to bottom out somewhere around $10 here, I think. I think as soon as they actually announced the filing and they reported it, it was already starting to be going into effect. So they shorted it, and I think it was starting to go through from here still even. Yeah, usually once they close offerings, it'll go back up. Overall, I don't see it as too much downside, personally. I mean, people can take it how they want. It's going to be differing opinions, but I don't think it's that obscene for where people are freaking out about it. You go off of the projected market value that they gave for it, which they listed as 1367, and then you would take it by dropping the value that it would go in for the share. So they're adding about like 2.9 million shares is their estimate. So since the flow is roughly like 10 to 12 million, it'd be about like a third, so like 20 to 30%. Offering reminds you of AMC on June 3rd. Yeah, there's a lot of big buyers still buying. Like it's literally even for inflow, outflow, and large scale orders, and medium's about the same as well. And like I said, the huge dump pre-market, a lot of people are just missing this. This was 100K more shorts added, like right here. So even if this gets back above around like 1380, that's 100,000 new shorts that are added in on top of the old ones. It's still a good long, Marjorie. If you want to average down, I think it'll be fine. How much can we estimate how much the price will increase after the $10 calls go through? Well, I mean, that's hard to say. There's math to do it. I don't have like the know-how to like calculate it all. I've got people that are better at it. Frankly, I don't deal in options too much. I just know how they function. But we have a significant amount of, let me refresh and see if it's updated actually. So we have a significant amount of options between $10 and $35, but the first ones at 10 are 166. So obviously that's 166 times 100 shares per contract. Then it goes up to $299 at $12.50, and then you've got 1,500 at 15, 1,500 at $17.50, and 2,300 at 20. So that's a long like staircase up if this can get rebound and get somewhere in this area. The share offering would likely get all their stuff issued today, Jongwoo. If we got 20 plus, do you recommend we bleed for the short term to make games long term? Yeah, I mean, I would say if you can average down and you're fine with sitting long on them, you should be fine. I don't see them bottoming too much more further from $10, if that makes sense, after the offering. Where I think I see a DM, I haven't really checked them out, Joanne. I can look at them in a minute, though. So you think this will go up long term, maybe 20 a year? Yeah, I think they have a good chance for 20 in a year. They have 2 catalysts coming up. So I may do an update video on all this, too, for people to check over in case they don't see the stream. It really just depends because they can check back in this VOD. But so when we look back at the... whatchamacallit, if we look back at the catalyst that they have coming, they announced their financials today, which looked all right. The revenues were down from quarter 2 last year, 2020, to quarter 2 this year. but their net losses, like their gap, decreased from what they expected. I think it was like half of what they expected, so that's good. With this share offering and then doing preliminary financials, when the financials are due to be officially reported next month, this would show their revenues would most likely be increased from last year's going into financials next month, which would be a good catalyst for this to possibly go up as soon as next month. And then going into September, their contract with Google expires, and we could be looking for renewal news anytime between now and then. So that makes sense, Jim. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys aren't in and you're unsure about it, just literally wait for it to reverse in price direction and you can get it on a bull trend. I mean, if you don't want to wait for it to bottom and you don't think you want to play a guessing game. Got him verb the other day for the swing. That's terrible. I think it's already peaked now. Yeah, verb's kind of iffy. It really just depends. Let me see the CIDM for Jawan real quick. I've had a couple people ask about that, so I don't know anything about CIDM, I don't think. Is this Cinedigm or is this something else? Yeah, it's Cinedigm. I've looked at them a while back, but was there news or something on them, or are they just moving? Let me see if there's anything on them. The price is slowly going to bottom out, guys. It's not people selling. It's just going to drift down from the share offering. They drip feed it into the market so it doesn't crash it. If they did it all now, you guys were going to panic because it'll drop like $1 or $2 for when they instantly do it all. So freaking out about the price slowly drifting is not something to worry about. It's better anyway because we'll most likely see the bottom out price before tomorrow. So Cinedigm 1.316. I mean, this would be a reopening play. I mean, it's not too bad. Their debt reduction, that's good. Didn't they say they cleared like all their debt? Final payoff of non-recourse. Yeah, that's really good. This might be a good long to check out. Yeah, since they got that debt, I mean, I'd wait for pullback. This might have pullback to around like a 1.2-ish area, like high 1.2s. So maybe like look for there. But long term, this should be decent. I don't know about, I mean, their long term, they haven't been super high. So if you're buying here, it's still kind of a risk because it's only really peaked in the last few months from like 1.7 and then like 2.2 back like in March. So just keep that in mind. But if you get under 1.3, it should be all right if you could leave yourself from an average down. Yes, Kami, but a lot of those shares are going to be bought up by big institutions, so it'll still keep the float utilized. That's the issue. A lot of people will kind of overlook that fact. So like, even though the float will come down, they're probably going to utilize it a lot. So it's still going to be hard to cover if a lot of people are holding those shares. What do you think it will bounce back? Most likely when they close the offering, which would probably be around end of today, early tomorrow. The downside I see post share offering is $9 to $10, and then I think we'll rebound back to like $10 to $12 pretty easy. When it hits $10, do you think a whale will place a large order? I mean, maybe. They might just wait for this to bottom out. I mean, like I said, if you look at the order flow, it's still like a lot of you can see the order flow is still pretty good. So like the large to out large is pretty even. Large to medium large is like slightly widening, but it's not too much. Basically, this is like the other 50% of the market. Large is top 25% of shares being sold or bought in the market by volume, and small is the bottom 25%, which is usually retail. Yo, Abe, appreciate the $20, dude. Thank you. Yeah, GME had a stupid, crazy amount on theirs. What's a good site to look at candles? You mean like charting? TradingView is really good. So if you go in the description of any of my videos, I have a TradingView link you can get. It'll get you a free premium if you ever sign up. It'll give you like free currency towards premium. So like this big drops here where they're coming out, you can see where they're drip feeding into the market. So that's why it's slowly declining. Yeah, GME had the same situation, and GME had a way bigger float, if I recall. Do you remember what the float was, Dave? Your thoughts on the options chain for next week? Let me pull it up. Are they showing it for next week yet? How do I check for... I don't remember how to change the date on this one. I think this one's only going to show this week for me. I don't know how to change it from here. Anybody know how to change it from here? I've never looked at it other than on a... Oh, I guess I could do monthly. Yeah, it's not showing anything. What's the best sign it's going to reverse after bottom out? Probably just like a little bit of longer consolidation. Sold my Amarin puts for calls and now I'm down 99%. Yeah, that was a little bit risky. I would have probably just played a straddle on that and just kept some of them. That's the issue with options. That's why I don't play options too much. You can never know because like companies can pull stuff that you just can't predict. Yeah, the options change might change a lot because a lot of people are going to think when this bottoms out, there's going to have a lot more upside, especially with the attention it got from here. The other part of this is where, if you guys remember their first like large drop, where is it? I gotta find it. Let me go on Trading View. Trading View be easier to watch this. So if we go back when they had their first huge drop to like, oh shit, 14. So these are all my older support lines. But if we go and look at where here around where they first dropped down to the $10 area where they're currently sitting, they peaked at almost 19 and dropped down to 10 in one day. And like, so if you're newer on this ride, that's already happened during this run, and then that legged up for this huge part where they went up here. And this was before they introduced options. Now, obviously the share float's going to be bigger, but a lot of people bought here because they were like, oh, well, there's no way it's going to go less than 10. So the people that bought here are more likely to be like, oh, I'm just going to get more shares and add in. So it just adds for a higher scenario where we see more people buying more as this bottoms out too, which would push it up, obviously. And then we've already seen very huge fluctuations where there's bull hedge funds or bull whales, whatever you want to call them, manipulating it upwards whenever they want to try to like squeeze stuff out and get more price action for themselves. So there's a lot of stuff still on the side of this. It's just like this had a longer run up. And so after a longer run up, we had downtrend and consolidation. And this is literally matching back where this was on June 30th still. So if we go, so it's going to be hard to judge the days to cover. If we go off of Ortex, it's 0.11. If we go off Fintel, let me refresh Fintel. If we go off Fintel, what was it right here? They've got 0.39 as of yesterday. And then the official June 30th ratio was 1 day to cover. So, but I don't think that bottoms past 1 day. How do they short when SSR was valid today? They can short on uptrend. So the issue was they had gone up slightly in aftermarket and then they dumped it as one transaction. So it had gone up like slightly from this. Yeah, and then SSR also, I'm pretty sure, isn't in effect in pre-market, so it doesn't matter. So that's the two sides of that. But this is what sorry, I was reading some stuff, so I kind of blanked out. Yeah, there's a high chance this comes back. What this also increases that you guys forget, when we dropped down to 10 here, the volume exploded going up into these days. So like we had like huge volume through June 30th. It bottomed out, and this was after huge volume where we were seeing millions during certain parts of the day right here. This bottomed out to hundreds of thousands of volume here. We saw this uptrend, and then we got big volume here, and this saw like huge volume, and then the volume tapered off. It dropping to a price this low, and then them closing the offering will most likely bring some volume back just because of the price point. Because a lot of the people that were arguing about short squeeze stuff, comparing this to like Blinn and like Zella and stuff, was the price point. They're like, oh, I want cheaper shares. Well, this is your case to get cheaper shares because it literally bottomed at the price that it is before it screamed up and hit $28. So that's the other way to look at it too if you want to be extremely bullish and add in other factors. Gotcha. Yeah, so they probably... The reason why they got away with this then is because it was on an uptick, and they did it as one transaction. That's why it was so drastic, because it was 100K in one candle. Yeah, so that was why then, because it was uptick. Either way, it was in pre-market, and it was off an uptick, so... They did a shelf offering, which is fine because it'll give the company long revenue for them for their balance sheet, which looks good, which is a catalyst for their financial reports next month, but it's not going to be significant. The price is going to slowly drop through the day while they issue those. But what is the reason about low volume? So the low volume is because we're seeing like 300 million volume some days and 100 million, and it just tapered off because people started chasing lower cost plays, because every time this ran, people were like, oh, it's dead, it's not going to run more, and then it would run more, and then it would run more, and the higher it got, the less likely people were to buy. They can issue all of the shares today, Jongwoo. They just don't have to file or put out information on the closing price for up to a month. Exactly, Clay, yeah. But this going into tomorrow with SSR and it bottoming out and possibly bringing back attention for longs to get in, it makes me more optimistic for tomorrow as well. So the issue is all on now and fulfilled today, Max. Yeah, all of the share offerings should be today. This isn't sell-off dumping. This is literally just the injection of those new shares. Because like if you look at the order flow, it was been almost even on the order flow. So if we show like right here, it's barely changed. Large orders are about the same, medium are about the same, small aren't like significantly off. I think it has a good case for that rage. I would just be patient. Still have good conviction on ARPO? Yeah, I do. That was more towards a play for their August-September catalyst where they finalized their merger. Yeah, they can literally inject them all same day, Jongwoo. They don't have to drag it out over a month. It's actually better for them to do it too, because then if they do it all at once, they don't have to worry about the price dropping more, so they get less money on their offering. It's actually more in their best interest to do it as fast as possible. Yeah, a very big gap was filled. Let's go back to 15 anytime soon. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. I think there's a very high chance this rebounds. If this tells you anything, I would literally not be sitting here streaming, giving you this news and giving you a positive outlook of the company if I didn't think they would rebound. I would literally just not have streamed. So, yes, there's still a high chance for a short squeeze even with these. Yeah, I did have a short level of 10 as well. Or not a short level, a support level around 10. I said this could go back down, and it's sitting around that same support of June 30th. Like June 30th actually bottomed out, if we want to be logistical. It was pretty low. It almost hit 9s. Yeah, June 10th, it was down to like 10.09 in after hours trading. Maybe even, yeah, it hit like 9.96 at one point. Are you pricing in the long-term $60 valuation based on that Google deal gets extended? Yeah, so my price before the Google deal was $45 fundamentally. With the Google deal, it was $60. So my downside, if it doesn't get the Google deal, would be like $40, $45. Yeah, no problem, Mark. If there are no weekly options for Amarin, just standard options. Yeah, so all of the big options will expire tomorrow, and then you'd be looking towards next month around probably where their financials are would be the next options rise. Yeah, the price holding here should be a good sign for you guys to chill out, especially with it going back up to like 1052 after it just hit like 1030. Yeah, they just do it as a slow trickle through the Jongwoo. They just wouldn't do it all at once because otherwise people would panic sell and just do dumb stuff. Yeah, same Clement. I think it's a really good stock. People are just like overlooking a lot of research they can easily do. Like, and I've literally done all the research you would need to do for the stock and put it in a playlist for people, and they're just not reading into it. That's all you need. Yeah, I assume a lot of the buyers are big institutions right now, which makes it more likely they are to hold too, which means that shorts really can't cover either if there's not selling. Because this is the other thing is people think shorts can just cover, but they can't just cover. There has to be somebody selling into them being able to cover. So if everybody's holding it, even with shares injecting, it doesn't change the outlook. It's really hard to tell, Matt, because it could have been going down farther from now, and it's been seeing some good stuff. It's going to go back and forth. I would say, I'm going to tell anybody this is on you to do. When I really want in a position, and I'm not sure, I buy at least like 10 to 20% of my position and just get it in there. It doesn't matter the price, I just get in, even if it's run high, and then I'll wait to see where it bounces out, whether it comes down or goes up, and I'll average in or down. That way you have a position, and then you have an anchor to like change your price and to have a balance on there. Yeah, I'm going to guess about 2 million so far, Victor, too. It would make sense. I don't think they're going to do it all the way through the end of the day. I think they would get most of it out of the way pretty quick. What do you think about AGRI? I love AGRI, Morgan. Have you seen my AGRI video? I actually put one out a few days ago when they did their IPO and went live. I thought anything under 5 was a good buy because that was their IPO price and they were already there and they were chill. There's a chance it could, Sergio. It really depends. I think it's going to fluctuate quite a bit through the day. With time learning expecting to pump up, lead up to earnings or sooner. 1018, I make it as support, multiple resistance levels. So it can clear resistance pretty easy. That's no problem. Like yesterday when it was down, it got back to this 14 and held it pretty good until it went into after hours. So when it got to this 14, it resisted there, but it consolidated underneath, which if they wouldn't have done this offering, I assume would have made it run more today. So the way the stock moves, resistance levels aren't that crazy, and the support has been massive when they go into it because it seems like there's a more bullish large investors. And so they would be in a good outlook to where once this bottoms out, we're going to see possibly a lot more volume coming in again. Well, yeah, of course, stocks could go up like 200% a day occasionally. It really just depends. Yeah, no problem, Morgan. I'm glad. Thank you for watching a lot of the videos too. Yeah, I think AGRI is a very good long. There's stuff with like cultures and keeping pests off of plants through more natural means instead of pesticides is really good for me. Yeah, the people buying here are going to make out stupid fat on a check whenever they cash out on the stock at the end. What were some of the shorts stuck around 5 to 10 area? If they decided to just cut some losses to cover around current price, it would still bump the stock price. No, yeah, exactly. Any shorts that cover would still bump the price. Thank you for the $5, Morgan. So yeah, a lot of the shorts I suspected were under the $10 to $12 area, but any of the new shorts, so anybody I didn't show earlier, SEC rules state when there's an offering, any new shorts that were entered into positions within the last 5 days from before all of the stuff coming in for an offering cannot use an offering to cover their position. So like it's literally illegal for them to do. So any new positions from the last week essentially can't cover during this offering. So that's a big thing to keep in mind too. So there's a lot that are above like the what is it, like 13 to 17 area roughly, that shorted in the last week that can't cover on this right now. Do I have opinions on Phil or AZFI? I don't have any videos on them. I can check into them real quick for you. Let me see. Oh, so are these both OTC? So I don't really usually delve into OTC too much, so I'm not sure I'd be a good source of information on you, unfortunately. I want to get into OTC more. They're just like very high risk for what I want. Like I'm not even seeing AZF. Is it AZFL? Oh, there we go. That's what it is. Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't cover a lot of OTC, so I couldn't really give you too many good opinions on them right now. I don't know if you're in the Discord. If you DM me, I could possibly look into the companies for you later. But like as for technicals, I don't really do technicals on OTC because it's so volatile. It's entered at 1050. Yo, what's up, Chef? Yeah, it should be a very good average. Nice, Steven. That's a great average as well. Yeah, they're gonna, and they wanted to make $40 million, so they might even do less shares in the initial offering because they wanted to offer up to 40 million, I think was the cap. That's where I got the range of about 2.9 million shares even before looking at them. I don't have any videos on B Square, no. MMAT is going to be very high risk. I don't like their management. I'm really not a fan of their management, the way they handled everything post merger, so I'd be wary of that right now. Yeah, Zom actually was terrible with PR. They completely botched that, especially coming out with True Forma early. They completely screwed the whole like run up. Let me check the rest of the market today, see how the rest of our stuff's doing. This is another one I saw was a good buy. Another low flow, Armed. They're doing pretty decent today. Zella's bottoming out. I assumed, so I know a lot of you are into Zella. Let me actually pull up my chart for that. So I have a chart for Zella since I did my video. They actually broke that 380 support. So if you're looking to get in Zella, I'd watch for a bottom out where they could possibly drop to 270. Yeah, those institutions aren't going to turn around and sell for like $2 a share. They're in long. So it's going to be even worse for shorts because this offering is going into bigger players that are fine with like holding. Good dip to buy? I would think so, Taylor, in my opinion. Have I heard of XXII? No, I haven't, Alessandra. Thoughts on ITRM? ITRM should be decent long. They're just kind of weird. Didn't they just get a CRL? Would be a good price for MMAT. If you just want to go purely off technicals and you don't care about the CEO, it's really just hard to say. I mean, it's at a low for where it's been since, what is that, May? So, I mean, you could be at a bottom, but it looks like, it doesn't look like it's necessarily reversing it, so I'd keep that in mind. It could possibly drop to like this 340 area, 340, 350. So I'd be careful on it. You could probably get a position and average down over time if it does, but just be wary of that stuff coming in. And then I think, aren't they having a dividend post-merger too? So wouldn't that dilute the price some? So I'd watch out for dilution on that too, where that could also drop the price more when they announce that. What's the offering happening today? So they're offering up to about like 2.9 million in a shelf offering. But a lot of the new short positions can't cover. So it leaves a scenario where they could still squeeze tomorrow, possibly with the right volume. And then you're going to see the dropping happening right now because they're slowly drip feeding it and putting it back into the market circulating. This should close by the end of the day. And then we'll see a bottom out where we'll probably see a lot of buyers coming in around the bottom. Yes, Brooklyn. They've already been issuing some of the stuff. Yeah. That's why I said, like, a lot of people are freaked out about this, but I'm not concerned in the slightest because the company's long. And like I said, next month, even if you didn't, a big thing, even if you wanted to possibly sell at a loss, there are catalysts coming up in the next month, 2 months that are in mind where their financials are going to look disgustingly good from this. Like their financials are going to go from a revenue loss to like a 3 to 4 times revenue increase, I believe, with this, which they would announce next month. And then on top of that, we've also got possible news on renewal of that Google deal coming in near September. So you've got a couple significant catalysts to look at coming up. Nice, Amir. Yeah, that's the way to do it, especially on these plays. But this is a very good long. The company's really good. They're sound. They know what they're doing. The balance sheet with them doing this offering basically sets them up for a good couple of years. It's all pretty solid. I wouldn't be stressed at all right now, to be honest. So yeah, it's very good for the stock long term. And then like I was telling people, I did a video on their Google partnership and all that info yesterday, and I upgraded their fundamental target to about $60 for me. That'll put them about like 750 million market cap. It'll probably change roughly a little bit with the share dilution, but I still think they could be around like 40 to 60 bucks depending. Sorry, your network. No worries, Sergio. If you're able to see the average days the shares have been borrowed, you can figure out the short's cost basis. Yeah, I just that would take a bit of time to run it down, so I don't know if I want to dive into that too much on stream right now, but that'll definitely be something I'm going to try to look into later. Sidekick, I would say I would look into starting a position if you want in, and then you can give yourself a possible place to average down over time if you want. INFI is not having too bad of a day right now either. SoFi is coming back nice. Ooh. Dude, SoFi is such a good buy, especially at the levels it's been. This is going to be an easy 20 plus. AGRI is a steal here under 3.5 as well. Like long, this is going to be filthy. Like this is lower than IPO price. The IPO price like up here, so like around, it was around like this $5 area. For next month, it's going to be hard to say. I honestly don't know. I think Amarin would still be my top play going into next month with their financials until I see something else, like truthfully. But I still think SoFi in the next like month or so could be above 20 bucks. So that's something to also look at. No. So institutions would be the most likely buyers. Drip feeding just means that they slowly add the shares to the market so that it doesn't drop the price like, what is it, like $2 or something. They have to do at the market price offerings when they do that. So they have to go based off the current market price at the time. Do the new shares lower the cost to borrow for shorts? A little bit, but not too crazy. I think they're still over 100% cost to borrow. If Amarin squeeze, what do you think it will go to? Well, with the float slightly increased, it'd be a little lower. Like, I think the $100 area isn't out of the question, but I mean, that was always an extreme anyway for me. If it actually starts squeezing, I could still see a good case for like 30 to 40 bucks. But yeah, Clay, I don't really have a number one for July, August right now. I think Amarin has a good chance with their financials next month. It really just depends, especially if you buy in here. There's this, the market's really choppy right now, and a lot of low caps are getting beaten. And then NASDAQ, if you look at the charting for it, has been looking like it's getting ready to pull back. So I think the whole market is going to start dropping here pretty soon. Hey, thanks for another 5, Morgan. Appreciate you. Yeah, SoFi is great. I love what SoFi is doing with their stuff. They're not just a normal bank, and they've got all your investment options and stuff. I think they're going to be a solid long, especially with a lot of banks looking negatively on crypto right now. A lot of people are going to be flocking more towards banks that support crypto because there's been a lot of attention on that. So that's something to keep in mind too. There's a lot of stuff that plays into that. I'm going to go get a drink real quick, and then I'm going to come back to stream for you guys. Short. So new shorts can't cover with it. And then there's not going to be enough volume for other shorts to cover. Like if shorts are still underwater, are they going to cut losses? No, they're going to see the price dropping and then hope for it to drop more so they're in profit. So there's a couple ways for it, but all the new shorts too that are like in the money right now, technically, they can't cover legally. They can't within 5 days. All right, guys. I will be right back. Ooh, Amarin just had a push over 1050. What was that? That was a big jump, actually. Like 3 minutes, it's up 10 cents. It's got a 1058 resistance, though. That would be wild if they start running a little bit while they're still issuing shares. I don't know the chances of that, but that would actually be crazy. There's a lot of buy volume that's starting to come in. There's around 1013, 7,000 buys. 3,000, 1040, 2,000, 1050. If they somehow broke this wall, this could have like a nice up streak. That would actually be crazy. They're severely under VWAP right now, which gives you more indication that they're dripping the shares in. Not only because of the staircasing, but because they're so significantly under VWAP and they haven't returned yet after being oversold. I just want to see if they're doing a run real quick before I go get a drink. I don't want to miss that. Oh, it's testing that resistance hard. Yeah, there's so many shares to borrow. And so it's just going to add more fuel to the fire for a potential. Do you think the inflation news this week affected Amarin squeeze? Yeah, it did a bit. The whole market pulled back. I think more significantly with the Amarin, it just hurt the volume. I mean, there was more shorts adding. It had its nice spikes, though. Yo, what's up, William? There hasn't been this many return shares available for a long time. Oh, yeah, I agree, dude. Yeah, no problem, Clay. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the $5. For any of you not aware too, I do also do Patreon stuff. I'm gonna reformat the group stuff. I'm actually gonna do like group classes where like if you pay for group classes, they'll actually have it where you can drop in on sessions I'll be having with groups for about like, I think it's gonna be about $30 to $40 a month. But you'll have the option to get into like up to 4 to 6 classes a month where we go over technicals or researching stocks or anything for like an hour. They'll have Q&As and stuff, but here, let me pull it up. I'll put it in chat. So I've got that. I've got one-on-one sessions and stuff too. So I've got a lot of different stuff too. If you guys want some more support on looking up stocks or like learning how I do my technicals, and different things like that. Let me see. All right, yeah. So if you're interested in the Patreon, this is going to be your link. The fact is the company is adding 3 million new shares and the price isn't dropping more, so they know shorting 100K won't do much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the new shorts can't buy the shares in the market right now to cover their position. They can't buy during an offering because like within 5 days. I can go over the mechanics of options. I usually don't devolve too much into options. I'm actually trying to get somebody in the Discord if they start doing content more full time to cover that. But a lot of that'll be, yeah, like, I'll look at getting somebody else to kind of cover that a little bit if I can. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get a drink now while it's on a downtrend, and I'll be right back. Yeah, they're issuing about 2.9 million shares, but it's in respect to what it's at, it's not a lot really in this scenario. I don't think it's too bad. Let me check on something real quick. All right, give me 1 second to get that drink and I'll be right back. All right, guys. I would say YouTube, Eric. I mean, books are good, but YouTube is your friend with technicals because it breaks it down a lot simpler in different ways. I do have videos on my channel if you look up how to invest smarter. I have like some basic chart analysis and researching stocks and stuff that I do in those. So, all right, 1 second. All right. Oh, nice bounce off at 10:30. That was pretty slick. Put option on Apple on your opinion. I don't like betting against big tech. I'm not a fan of shorting and putting in general just because the market tends to go up over time. I think leaps are usually the most superior form of options. Those are like your long options that you do like a year out. Because most of the time, even if you buy at a top, you're more likely to be in the money. Price point short term on AGRI, I just took a position. I think, hey Jimmy, you might want to you might want to change your quality settings. I think YouTube is doing it off a network. If you change the quality to 1080p, you should be able to see it clear. But thank you. But yeah, price point on AGRI, I think they can bounce to 5 again short term. They're getting crushed with the market and everything and coming down off their IPO. But 1 second. There we go. So Agriforce, if you look even yesterday, they had a nice spike. So they hit $5. What is it? Yesterday? This was on the 12th. And then they hit 5 here yesterday pre-market pretty early. So I think you've got a good chance for 5 again pretty soon if you just want to swing it short. No problem, Jimmy. But yeah, I think Amarin's going to be good long. We're going to see how this stuff goes. I need to... I'm drinking a protein shake. I didn't get to eat today yet, so... I usually don't eat breakfast, though. I think it's going to drift here for a while. Like I said, we might bottom out around 10, but long term, this isn't crazy. It looks very identical, but on less like more of an extreme scale to where it dropped off around the 30th and then had its huge run. And it had a long run over like days, and it had like consolidation over days. So we're primed to possibly go tomorrow running pretty good. They've already added them, Petchia. They're adding a lot of them right now. That's why this is dropping so much. If we look at order flow, the order flow on this is pretty even. So this is why you've got to look at more stuff than just the chart. A lot of people just look at the chart, but there's so many variables in this. So if you look at order flow, the order flow is only negative by about $1 million, which is very little in retrospect. So if we look at that, large order flow is only down by, what is that, like $100,000 from large order sells, which is nothing. So they're already drip feeding it. So you just gotta wait for it to bottom out, and then you should be fine. But if you look at the large scale orders from the past few days too, they had a larger sell off around the 9th, and they've been slowly climbing back up towards where they're almost positive now, which should tell you a lot of big buyers are starting to come in because the order flow is decreasing in large scale orders for outflow. That's why it's important to look at all the variables. That and the company is basically going to have insane financials next month. So, what's up, Dave? Yeah, it's up to 40 million. Yeah, they would stop doing it if it hits their 40 million target. So like when they file for it, they can't do more than 40 million. They would have to stop there. What's your prediction on uptrend confirmation? You'll see when it bottoms out. We'll know when it bottoms out when it stops staircasing down through the day. It could either be end of day or going into tomorrow that it ends, but I would imagine they close it out before end today. I would estimate they've probably got a large portion of the shares already out, because we've got a lot more selling volume. Like you can see where there's like a lot more volume, like 66,000, 55,000. Those are usually the large scale drip ins. You can kind of like scan the candles and see 14,000. So, 21,000. That's how they like segment it in, so everything goes. Yeah, that'd only be around 2 million shares if they did it at that price. Yeah, they can only offer $40 million in shares, so once they hit that, they won't issue anymore. Yeah, it's very good. That's why I was telling people, like, this isn't anything to worry about if you're fine chilling on it, worst case. Like, it's not an issue. CMEG for a platform offshore if I have less than 25,000. What do you mean if you have less than 25,000? Like shares? Oh, it's OTC. That's why. Okay. Great conference call on CIDM. Yeah, they look decent. They've only peaked around $2 though, so I wouldn't expect too much movement. Ooh, that's did this just go live on listing or something? Oh, 10.9. This isn't even like updating on mine. If it's actually 4.3, I mean, like, I can't tell you much. I don't even usually cover OTC. They have a high price target of 0.56 though, so you possibly have upside. I would just be wary of possible pullback down here. Yeah, I'm gonna hope so, Dave. That would be even better, honestly. It's starting to rebound a little from that 10.25 as well. You can see where they're drip feeding in all these cells, though. Like 34K, that's definitely 20K, 62,000, 55,000, 66,000. They're probably about like 2 million shares or 1 to 2 million shares in at this point anyway. Oh, that's good, Carl. Yeah, you should be fine. I mean, if you're playing for the squeeze, it's going to be a little more stressful, but if you're fine sitting on it for a month or two or longer, which I would have planned anyway going into this, I don't ever advise going into a short squeeze on a company that isn't good fundamentally. You're going to be in a good spot. So... For day trading, you cannot use any platform here in the States unless you have $25,000. So there's some that you can do for commission, like use stock trade. They'll charge you like $1 per buy order and $1 per sell order. So you can do stuff like that. If you don't have 25,000, then you can open a couple different brokers like Robinhood and Webull, and then you can have a few more day trades. But yeah, generally you'd have to have 25,000 to day trade a ton. Opinion on AMC. I'm not very high in AMC. I never was. I don't like the company right now. They raised a bunch of cash, but I'm not. The company was dying before like all the stuff was happened. And then the CEO seems very money hungry, where he keeps getting to the point where he wants to offer shares and he keeps asking for it, and he's done it a couple times now, which I mean, it's smart if you're in the company coming from it, but it obviously isn't investor incentivized if you realize what's going on in the stock. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this has a high chance to pop even tomorrow, let alone next week. Like, the squeeze isn't dead just because of this. This isn't like AMC where everybody needs to buy and hold the squeeze. This can literally squeeze anyway without people buying and holding necessarily, just by the sheer volume of shorts that need to cover. And then you factor in options and it's even more so. And this is a fast runner. Like, it's such a low float that it runs really fast during the day. Market makers can usually fish for stop losses. So like if shorts are going, they could do that, but this is on SSR, so they can't short more while it's on a downtrend. No problem, Morgan. Most of the buys are around 10-13 right now, so we'll see what happens coming in. I think even if it dips briefly under 10, just a little bit, it's going to look sketchy, especially if you're in long and you're down 50%, but it's not something to freak out about, in my opinion. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll come back. That's what I'm saying, yeah. But, like, my point is it's not smart to go into a fundamentally bad company just because you think it'll squeeze. The difference with Amarin is they actually are a good company, just made their fundamentals that much stronger by doing the shelf offering to make their financial statements look good going into next month. And then they basically just bolstered themselves for another couple of years. Do you think this might 1T or more next week? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Am I in touch with management? No, I haven't talked to their management. Somebody told me they want me to try to talk to the CEO, but I highly doubt that's going to happen. The CEO from his interview seems very uncaring of like the price of the stock. They did the shelf offering because they know the stock price is up and they needed money. It's plain and simple. They didn't do it to screw people over. And frankly, they could have filed like if you want to use it as a bad case against management, they could have filed, where's my trading view? They realistically could have filed literally anywhere in here, but they didn't. They waited till it's been consolidating a bit and been on a downtrend to file. I think it has a good chance to hit 15 on a spike. Yeah. Not gonna lie to you. So, like, that should tell you how much the CEO is... Like, he's not intentionally trying to screw people. Yo, that's awesome, Randeep. You are up huge right now, I'm assuming then. Well, you were when at the peak, but you're kind of chilling on it, yeah. Well, I'm glad you've liked the analysis, dude. Yeah, I really like this company. The more I find out about the company, the better it is over time. Like, there's this more and more I keep finding out that makes me more happy about the company as a long. I don't think they have too much of a downside personally, so... I think it's starting to filter out a little bit more now, so they might be close to where they're done filing their stuff or putting through the stuff they filed for. So we are in a good spot. I don't think we're doing too bad. Yeah, I mean, I literally wouldn't be covering it MRIN still if I thought it was dead. Like, it's not gonna, like, my channel's not at a size where it's gonna do much to cover MRIN for clout, so, I mean... Hodling 100,106 shares. Yo, let's go, Ariosis. That's sick, dude. Since they started doing options, everything has been trash. I don't think options are a bad thing. I think options are a good catalyst tomorrow, actually. I think you guys are underestimating greatly how big options could be tomorrow on this. None of the options have gone into effect, and they're not weekly options. I'll look on YVR, huge increase in volume today, got it at 1.75, seeing they were around 5 in March. Maybe you haven't looked at it at all, and that's cool too. I haven't looked at them, but I can look at them real quick for you. Hold on. Cost base is 1350. That's a pretty solid one. YVR, nice, dude. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they'll go up too much from here. What did they have? You said they had huge increase in volume. Oh, yeah, they've got a lot of volume. I mean, it just looks like it's a pump right now. I'd be wary of it. I mean, it literally hasn't seen this price since April. So I'd be careful of pullback. I would get out while you're ahead personally, but that's on you. My rule, though, is if you're ever this much up and you don't take profit, that's on you. There's no way you're up this much and you shouldn't be taking profit if you don't believe in the company long. It really just depends, though. Don't you think it will go lower before market close? I mean, it can, but... BCTX and ASTR. Yeah, so BCTX... I love Briacel. I actually have a video on them on the channel if you want to check it out. It's a couple weeks back, but they're pretty good. But they're a pretty good company. I like that the research came out with them doing the orbital tumor that they had on one of their patients and getting rid of that totally is a very good outlook. So this could set them up to be like a front runner kind of in this space of what they're doing. So they're really good. They look very oversold right now too, so they could be bouncing soon. And then you said ASTR. I've seen ASTR a little bit, but I haven't looked too much into them. ASTR also looks extremely oversold. It's down to a 19, so this should be due for a bounce soon. I think it can recover to at least like a 12 to 13 once you get back in time. This is also just due to market weakness, so I don't know if there's news related to this drop off, but what do you think of QSI? So I've done no research on this company, but they're sitting around middle at RSI, so they're probably gonna sit here for now. I could see possible bottom out to 1150 or under, so if you're looking to enter, I'd maybe look there, but also keep in mind they ran from like 798 back in June, so they also have a large downside there possibly. So I'd just be wary of this. They're a little high right now from where they've historically been. Yeah, I wouldn't want to touch MMAT right now with what the management did. I don't have a video on RMED. RMED isn't really a long for me. I think they're going to be a float play because they're so low float. Now, a lot of low floats are getting targeted in these market conditions that since they're so low float, there's a chance that they just get like boosted like randomly one day for it. So it'd just be kind of when you buy really low. With Cardano, how soon would you expect to push? Well, they've got Alonzo contracts are expected to be out, or smart contracts with Alonzo coming out August, September. So if they have a run, I assume that would start going. I think crypto will rebound between August and October more. I think until then, we're going to see a lot of consolidation. Not FUD intent, but not seeing option seeing helping. Yes, but you're assuming that this drops under $10 and doesn't rebound back. We had a significant amount of buyers back on June 30th that bought for $10. There's a good chance a lot of those were institutions just due to the sheer volume, and there's no way they're going to buy here, not buy here, and sell out and leave it down further. The reason why this is going lower is because of the shares being offered in, and once this bottoms out, I think we see a nice like rebound on the stuff. And then when you get to back, like if you stay at 10 to 1250, we have all of those options between 10 and 1250 that could be exercised. And each set of options getting exercised goes up a price level to where 15 is already sitting pretty high as well. Like 15 already has 1500, 1750 already has 1500, 20 has 2300. The options change as a domino effect if it gets triggered. Like I said, I see this sitting between $9 and $10 at some point, and then it's going to be bottomed out, and I think it'll rebound. Yo, what's up, Mark? Blinn, I think Blinn is like a sympathy play off of Amarin and stuff usually. Which is also weird because it's like it stays in sync with how Amarin does too with a lot of stuff, and it's actually falling down in a trend even though it doesn't have an offering or anything to kind of match Amarin right now, which is weird. But they usually run a little identical, so like when you see one running, there's a high chance of the other running. But see how like their stuff is like similar downtrend? It's just weird. I haven't looked into Blinn as a long, so I couldn't tell you the long prospect of it, but for short-term plays, you could probably swing it a decent amount and get some decent bits on it. How do you know where the shorts are sitting? Well, it's just based off of I've analyzed the stock since the 24th, so I've kept up on it, so it's more just like stuff I remember now too. But you can go back through with historical data for where they went in and where stuff came in, and a lot of the shorts are still under like $10 to $12. And then any new shorts from the past 5 days in the week can't cover during this offering day, just because it's illegal to do that with SEC rules. And a lot of these short shares, or not short shares, a lot of these share offering shares are getting most likely bought by institutions and then retail and held. Also, we've got really strong support here at 10, so that's good. It's growing above 21,000 shares. So that's nice. The stock went down because they did a shelf offering. $150 short shares now testing $10. Yeah, I think the 150 is still unchanged from pre-market. Yeah, this is still roughly about the same from pre-market when that, or they covered, so about 50K were returned after pre-market, but this dove from 200,000 to 100,000 during pre-market alone. So no, so any share in general can hypothetically, yes, but if we go with that range of $10 to $12 for a lot of the older shorts, with more significant amounts of them being under $10, there is a reason to believe that they wouldn't cover here still, because they're not in the money. They still actually are out a lot, and they're betting that this will go down more over time. What is going to help me further that statement is the fact that we have such significant support at 10 that it seems like somebody does not want this to drop underneath 10. And any new shorts that have happened in the last 5 days can't cover with the share offering, even though that they're in the money, because it's illegal through SEC rules to do that. So any of the new positions can't cover. The positions underwater probably aren't going to cover. So we're going to see very minimal shorts covering here, which is why I think once this bottoms out and we see positive movement, it's going to run up again, because it seems like it's been manipulated by somebody that wants to run this to cover shorts and make them go out of the money so that they are more likely to short because they feel pressure. And so once this bottoms out, my hypothesis, especially since we're underneath the VWAP right now, is that we're going to see an uptick. And I think we can get back to around 12 to 13, possibly whenever this ends. And that's at a minimum. Like, that's before we see any other type of buying or anything. That's just purely like a rebound. Yeah, stocks usually rebound and go back up after an offering is complete, and I think it's going to be more so in this case because there's been so much attention and spikes that happens with this stock. So basically, if this offering were to continue through market day and a consolidated after hours, I could see a huge jump in pre-market tomorrow, especially because we have SSR tomorrow. There's going to be more intense reaction to try to get SSR up higher, because whatever the price is offered at, shorts can't short down from that price. So say if we open at 15, 16 hypothetically tomorrow, they can't short that down at market open to bring it down. It would be like they wouldn't be able to do it because of SSR. If I had $100,000 a month ago, how much do you have now? Well, probably about like 20K. That would have been in this at like 283. So I'd be up pretty big. So that would probably put me at what, like $200,000 even at the current price, or like before it like dropped to this around like $12. I would be up 200 grand just off of like 20K. So, or not, sorry, not 200 grand. It'd be like 150, 180 grand, somewhere in there. When will I start doing trading training? Yeah, so I need to reevaluate my Patreon. So if you're interested in that, don't sign up for the group stuff yet, because I'm going to change that. But what I'll probably do is I'm trying to figure out the price point. It's either going to be between 20 and 40. And I want to start it here soon, probably in the next couple weeks. And basically what it would be is like whenever you buy in for the next month, you're able to drop in when I do it. I just want to pull people and get like the most popular days and times so I can get more people in that can do it. It's down 26% today with SSR because they're doing their shelf offering. It's not anything to do with selling or short selling or anything. The only short selling that happened was pre-market because it was on an uptick from previous SSR, and they did one transaction to drop this with 100,000 shares. Like you can see here, the volume was negative 104,000, and we went from around pre-market 200,000 to 100,000 short shares availability. You can see direct correlations where they short in the price. Why do I talk about Amarin so much? Because it has a significant upside to it. And the other thing is I've still covered other stocks with it. I'm not one of those people that has gone all in on a meme stock and has abandoned literally every other thing they cover. Yes, but 150,000 short shares available now? Yes, but you're ignoring the amount of new positions that were covered in the last week. And 150,000 shares on this flow is not a lot. You're talking about 100,000 shares out of 11 million shares before the share offering. Yeah, so there's a reason that people still don't want to short this, even when it does like small bounces up. I think Amarin has a good chance to bounce, yes, whenever this evens out. It really just depends on how the bounce happens and how the options play out tomorrow, Chen. Oh, yeah, I have absolute faith it goes up in a month, especially even if it doesn't squeeze when their financial statements come out. It's going to be a huge, like, catalyst. I wouldn't be selling here. I think they've got a couple catalysts even outside the squeeze happening in the next 2 months that could bump the price again. Yes, I think Amarin is double what AMC's short interest is right now. Amarin is the most shorted stock on the stock market right now as of the Fintel highest short stock screener, unless they updated it. Yeah, so see, Amarin is the most shorted stock right now. And then the borrow fee rate is over 100%, where if you look at the rest of these, like, high shorted stocks, like even Carve is only 86, Zealous 24, so 118% borrow rate is huge. That's like an astronomical number. No, I don't think Amarin's done it all. But if you guys want to know why I'm more inclined to think there's whales being bullish on this, you guys need to go watch my Google video yesterday, because I show screenshots of like where we literally saw a single entity doing a 200,000 share buy order at a 14 support yesterday. So yeah, and I think the price being dropped this low and the offering getting closed out is going to bring a lot of that volume back, personally, Josh. The last time it stirred up a lot of that volume again, it went from 50 million volume on June 30th when this like had its huge downtrend, all the way up to where these days we're having like 100,000 volume and stuff like that again the next like couple days it ran. It could be. We'll have to see. I don't know if this is the beginning of the bounce. That means they got all their shares covered here, which there's a lot. They were drip feeding a lot, so it's very possible. Like, you see where the price drops here? I think a lot of the buying here where it's green even, it's like where you see the green at 17,000. I think that's green where there was just more buy volume than the actual shares injected into the market. So even during these big green candles, that's still shares getting injected into the market, but they were being bought up like basically like same way transaction. That might be the bottom. Either way, we have 22,000 shares support at 10 right now. So I'm just checking on some other stuff too. Yeah, we might have hit the bottom. We'll see here in a minute, though. I want to see how it goes. The last bounce also came around the $10 mark. Yeah, literally the last time it hit $10, that was the run where it went multi-day run to $28. And that was without options. 29,000 shares at $10. Yeah, there's 23,000 shares at $10 holding a buy wall. Yeah, I saw Ehor had the SI at 55% too. That was off S3 data. Yeah. No problem, Morgan. No, you're good. I don't mind questions, especially while I'm streaming. It gives me stuff to help you guys. So, RSI is near oversold, holding June 30 support of 10.03 so far. Need to get uptake in volume. Yeah, I think that was a really good smart move to average down near the 10. That I told people I thought 10 would be near a bottom. I didn't see it going that much. This is why I said, like, there's somebody that knows some stuff and they know that there's specific levels that shorts are under, and they've been manipulating this to keep it at certain areas. When do I think ALF is going to bounce back? I mean, it's hard to tell. It does like swing cycles. I've got an over $60 target on them long term as well. As soon as they get more partnerships with companies and expand, because they're mainly around Miami and stuff. We should go catch the announcement that the offering's complete before the price spikes. I'm sure we'll know when they do it. They probably won't even do it until tomorrow, though. Hey, Katie. Yeah, I can check out MITQ. Give me 1 second. 1170 is not too bad, Kevin. Is that your average? Ooh. I think we hit the bottom at 1004. Well, if you look at the rest of the day, it was steadily climbing down, and it hasn't hit that yet. It's been steadily coming back since. So that might be the sign that we hit the bottom. Yeah. So the price dropped to 1004 before rebounding a little. Possible that the whale from yesterday towards the end of the market that briefly showed up is allowing the price to drop. No, so what happened is they're injecting a share offering into the market, and it looks like they ended that and it's bottomed at 10, but there's a buy support here at 10K. So the same whale or just like buyers in general could be supporting this around 10, so it wouldn't fall below 10. Because like all the new shorts anyway, it can't cover right now during the share offering just because of government rules. So most of the shorts that would be able to cover right now are still going to be red. That's what people have to keep in mind. They're kind of like gridlocked. So although the share offering isn't ideal, this is almost the perfect place for them to do it. If that makes sense, for us to still have potential for a squeeze. This is the almost perfect timing for where this could be almost. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't see a scenario elsewhere where this wouldn't kill everything versus this is at a spot where it's been slowly consolidating anyway, and it hits just a bottom enough to tease shorts to stay interested, and then sets it up so any of the shorts in the last week are now stuck because they got greedy and didn't want to cash out. Do you expect the volume to increase when offering finishes? Yeah, I would assume so. I think there would be a lot more buying coming in. It'll probably be both. So like if institutions start buying and driving it up and the price starts running a lot, you'll probably get retail FOMO jumping in as well. That would be my assumption. I'm just checking to see if there's like any social media stuff. This is having a nice incline. Yeah, I think the offering ended. I'm fairly certain the offering ended. There's no way they would just stop doing it. I'm very certain. I don't know what your opinion is, Dave, if you're still here, but that's what it looks like. Unless they're waiting for it to come up and do more, but I don't think that would be the case. From 22 to now 1671. Like you sold like other stock shares to average down? Yo, nice, Alessandro. It looks like we found a bottom for where this was going to top out at 1004. I don't know when they would report it. Most of them can take up to a month, but if they want to be fast about it and they actually care, they might get it out end of date or tomorrow. Just being patient, going to sleep for a month. That is an obscene... That's an obscene... I keep saying obscene. That is an insane buy support there at 10, though. That's crazy. So I don't know the logistics, but they still would have to cover based on people selling, right? And if nobody is selling, they can't really cover their positions. That's the issue. That's where the FTD stuff comes in, because they're already on FTD restriction, and the more days that triggers, the more likely this would come to a case where brokers / exchanges would liquidate anybody in those positions shorting if they're on FTD. So they've already been on FTD for a while. I haven't seen the latest update, but I would assume they've still been on that. The volume is still super low. Nobody is selling significantly. And even after the sharing offering finishes, they're not going to have the liquidity to be able to cover their positions. The bottom looks like about 1004. The short squeeze did not happen when it went to 18. If you think that, you fundamentally and objectively just don't know anything about what's going on with the stock right now. Sorry. It literally got more shorted as it went up to 28. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. He could be a troll. He can be wrong, though. I mean, they're just objectively wrong. It's fine. That would mean they didn't hit 2 million shares offered, you mean? Not $2 million? I don't know if they would have stopped the offering there, though, and then just let it incline. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, if it squeezed, it would have been at least 40. There's no way. 2 million shares? Yeah, I might have stopped short of 2 million shares. Because they don't necessarily possibly do the 40 million either. Sometimes if they're like, oh, well, we have like 30 million, that's fine. Don't keep like leeching it out. It's fine. They literally did a share offering today, Ron. This is what I'm talking about. You're talking about the stock and you have no idea what's going on in it. Yeah, as long as you average in your positions, you should almost always not be super underwater if you do it right. It's just risk management. It's proper way to enter a position. Average volume on the bar is very high, about 4 bars back on your 1 minute drive chart. Oh, yeah. This was a huge uptick, like 38,000. Like I said, I think this is about the bottom for the share offering. They might be done. Yes, I am very aware of that, Ron. I've been covering this company since June 24th. Have you been covering the company that far? In fact, did you know they had a Google partnership that most other people didn't know before I put out the information for anybody else? Because I saw nobody else covering that, but I gave that information to everybody else. Are you the same guy that was on Reddit earlier trying to spread FUD on the Reddit talking about it? Because there was a guy that claimed to have worked for the company that was in, and then all that stuff. The Google agreement is also set for renewal in September, and there's a high chance it gets renewed too. This is way past just a short squeeze for the company. Generally they would announce it, yeah, but they might not announce it till the end of the day. I'm pretty sure it bouncing off that 1004 is a good sign that it's done. We'd have to see how this plays into options tomorrow, see how high it would go. What would have given you the idea that I would have talked to the CEO? And obviously they haven't come to a new agreement. They obviously have till September before it expires. Like, you're telling me, I don't know who you are or if your claims are even right, but for somebody that's claimed to work for the company, it seems like you have done less research than I have as somebody that found out about the company a month ago. You don't work for the company, so you've been a shareholder since 2017. Well, that doesn't mean anything then. You're telling me that talking to the CEO would enlighten me, but have you yourself specifically sat down with the CEO talking to them about a Google agreement? Because I'm pretty sure they wouldn't tell you that as a shareholder. I'm trying to figure out some stuff in the Discord real quick. Hold on. So you're saying you were a larger shareholder than institutions? Because I don't buy that. I would say so, but I think they have a long timeline of stuff coming up. Instacart's going to be more of a long play than it is short term for revenues. This is the thing to keep in mind, guys. Ron's talking about being the largest shareholder, and the largest shareholders in Amarin right now are institutions. So he would be claiming that he would have a larger position than institutions in this right now, which is just verifiably false. You can cross-check data with that, where no individual investor would have had a larger position than institutions, I would gamble. NG Marcus, the largest individual shareholder. Dude, Marcus does have a hell of an amount of shares, dude. It's wild. Long-term target for 60 could be up to a couple of years, but I think they've got a good chance for it. That would put them about 750 million market cap. We're still looking for stuff in here. I'm gonna check my scans chart and see if we have any news coming up too in a minute. I'll check my trading view levels. Yeah, that's had a nice bounce since then. I want to see if there's any volume bars on here. Yeah, we can see a lot of volume through here. A lot of big buys. 51,000, 66,000, 47,000. That's a lot of volume coming in. We're up to almost 6 million for the day right now. It's not too bad. Price estimate for the end of next week. It really just depends on how options play out tomorrow, really. Options tomorrow are going to be huge for where this goes. I mean, I wouldn't put that past anybody, Ellie, but I just find it very unlikely that adds up its claims. A lot of stocks have had options like that. Nothing has happened. Why is Amarin different? Because of the shorts that are currently in this and the amount of interest there is in holding the stock price right now. We still have a steady climb back up to 1030. It looks like it's gonna make a push. The biggest like sell wall right now is 1058, so it'd be the biggest indicator of where this is heading. Like I said, I think we recover to 11 to 12 here soon. We're not doing too bad here. I like where the price is sitting at the current time of day. It's still climbing, which is good. Like I said, it's severely under VWAP. VWAP is 11.2, so I'd look for a recovery at least to there soon. It's going to come down a little bit coming through, but I wouldn't expect it to be too far down. Yo, Marcus. Yo, thanks for the 15 euros, dude. Or 50 euros, dude. I appreciate you. The largest retail Amarin whale. No, I don't know if you're actually the largest, but you're definitely up there. A whale is here. Yeah, appreciate that, Snetty. Start a long position, 1025 for 28k shares. That should be pretty solid. Like I said, I don't see this dropping below 10. A lot of people thought it was going to drop to like possibly 9, but I didn't see it dropping as low as 9 outside of some weird stuff going on. I'm pretty sure Marcus would wish he was down that much. Is it going to have the same impact tomorrow like rise in price? It could. It definitely could. I'm really liking the setup that it's having on it right now, to be honest. We're looking to break 1040 soon. Wow. That turnaround, dude. What is that, like 30 minutes and we're back to like almost 1050. That's a pretty steep change. Like I said, the biggest wall right now is going to be about 1058. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, even before the share offering, I warned about a potential $10 hit in the first place. So the fact that it held $10 with a share offering is good. What news data should we wait for tomorrow? We need some more volume in the morning, but more or less we want this to retrace back to at least 1250 by end of pre-market tomorrow. Really, since it's in SSR going into tomorrow as well, I'm going to be looking for a case where they open higher and somebody tries to drive this higher at market open, so SSR can't pull it down as market opens. 15-minute bullish engulfing candle. Nice. Up $100 every second. Bro, I mean, I'm sure that's got to look good for being down at 10:04, right? Order help 29,000 shares. Oh my lord, dude. Yeah, exactly, Ape. And like I said, everybody's ignoring the fact that this literally dropped into nines before it went before. It dropped literally. It was higher than we dropped today with a share offering. It dropped from 19 down to $9 in aftermarket, and then it literally went on a long uptrend to where it hit $28. It's literally the identical thing, but this was accelerated and is already rebounding faster than this did. So we could see a possible like uptrend towards the end of the day going into a pre-market tomorrow to repeat a similar cycle. That's what makes it crazier to think about. Yeah, I've actually got a video on my channel on Zella, Justin. I think Zella will be a good long, but I think there's downside here. I had some support levels I set up from my video. Let me go over to that. It was filling out my support areas pretty well. So I said if it broke 380 to look for possible downside to 270. If it holds till we get to this trend line, you could be seeing possibly holding around 3, but you're looking for possible downside to 270. So that's what we're looking for on Zella for you right now. Long term, I think they could possibly be up to like $20 based on market cap, but that'd be far out, like a year or two maybe. But that's what we're looking for Zella for you. Yeah, no problem, Tiffany. I think it's very important to cover this, especially going on, and we are making more ground up here, which is crazy. Dude, ever since that bottom out from the share stuff, it's been almost straight green candles. Bro, I thought he said Amarin down to 230. Bro, I probably just shut off the stream at that point, not gonna lie. No, I'm just kidding. But that would be crazy. Yeah, if this can break 1058 and go pretty good, this might have good strength to go. It's gonna need a lot of momentum to break 1058, so somebody might try to push some good orders through to get it up. Dude, I can't even imagine. Oh, they want to test that 1058, dude. They want it. I saw that like run out of the corner of my eye. Man, bought it at 10:04 and this is the most golden 30 minutes ever. Oh, for sure, MS. That's sick. Yeah, anybody who bought that bottom is going to be looking real good. Nice, Carl. There's probably going to be pullback here, but I think there's going to be some buy volume coming in. It's like I said, I think we see a good retrace to $11 to $12 today. I said that before we even started dropping below 10 earlier. What's up, Derek? If I really wanted you guys to like freak out and get anxiety, dude, if this starts running, I'm gonna put on like some hard techno and just be stupid. Just do like fast, like crazy music while it runs. I was like jamming, like just listening to that an hour yesterday while I was looking at like hard runners. You're good, Ape. I don't know if I'll like stream all the way through lunch, but we'll see. Because it's like 11 for me right now. It's holding here well. Like, even on low volume, this is great where it's holding. I think you'll be fine, Luigi. If you ask, you can ask anybody that's been in the Discord. Every down day we've had, I've been able to give accurate areas of where it's been. And basically told people to chill, and it has rebounded from those points. I'm from Colorado. Alexa, play Doom Eternal soundtrack. Yeah, I think so too, John. Nice, Carl. This is gonna retest that resistance again. The big wall is going to be through to 1060. It's going to carry on a little bit. So if it hits 1060 and breaks our strength, we could be seeing a decent run up. There's not really any resistance to there. So our next like big thing would be about 11 if it can break through. Du hast. They're still building on that $10 buy wall too. Yeah, I'm glad everything's been hitting, Collie. This has been a fun one. This has made me feel a lot more confident in my charting too since I've been covering this more. Because, like, it's really hard to chart volatile stuff for obvious reasons. So, it's definitely helped me gain a little more like in-depth understanding of like how I want to have my charting style, and I try to keep everything very simple. You don't need to overcomplicate things. Mind catching me up on what's up? Found a minute to check in. Yeah, so there was a shelf offering they did today, but they did it almost at a perfect time to where shorts are pinned. So there is a lot of shorts that are under $10, which are the older shorts. They're most likely not going to cover here because they are underwater still and they don't want to sell at a loss. And they're going to assume this is going to keep going down because this has been on a downtrend. But this had a pullback all the way down to 1004 because of that shelf offering they had. And I think the shelf offering ended at 1004. We have a building support around 10,000, which furthers my hypothesis that a lot of the shorts are under that amount. Somebody doesn't want them going lower than there. And then it's been on a uptrend since. The other side of that is new shorts that have happened, which we had 100K shorts that came in this morning here, which if that didn't happen, we would probably be sitting around like $11 or $12 right now already as a bottom. They shorted 100 million shares literally in pre-market, and then we went into market open activating SSR. So going into Friday, we have SSR. Because we have SSR, they can't short going into tomorrow. So if this rebounds and we get a nice push going into tomorrow, where they can get this back to $12, $13, $14 going into market open, then SSR can't pull this back at market open tomorrow. New shorts can't open their positions unless it's on an uptrend, and then they're going to be pretty screwed because options start expiring tomorrow, with the first being at 12.50 and then the next one's being at like 15, 17, 50, 20, and this could set off still a nice chain of events. So the more we look at it, the more likely this is the literal perfect time frame they could have done a shelf offering. It's insane. Yeah, I'll be covering a lot of my charting in the classes, Alessandro, especially if there's a lot of interest in learning charting. I'm down big, so Amarin to 50. Yo, what's up, Stewie? Yeah, I think this will be fine. I think we have a good chance for 11 to 12 still by the end of the I would think a bottom here is about $10. So if you want to average down, I wouldn't assume this would be a bad place to average down. This is almost a gift for anybody to get more. I gotta join the Discord. Let me get you a link and I'll get everybody a link in here. In the road? All right, for sure, man. Hope work and stuff's going good for you, or your drive, or whatever you're doing. Yeah, they're going to cash out hard. This is going to set them up for good cash flow to have in their reserves for a couple of years. So they don't have to worry about cash. So the likelihood of another share offering in the near future, not only is it not going to be allowed, it's going to be very unlikely anyway, because they're going to be pretty set on money. Do you think the issuing is over? Yeah, I think the issuing's done. I think it stopped around that 10:04. That's what it seems like. Didn't option providers already hedge their options with $12 to $16 strikes? I'm not entirely sure on that part. But I do know if the options start getting executed, it could set off a domino effect into the other options, especially if this starts running going in through tomorrow through a market open. So, and this is a cool settling here. So you guys see RSI cooling off. It's settling here is fine. Usually once it gets to this area, we get back to where it starts going up after it cools off. And we've been seeing, since that bounce, predominantly green candles that are increasing in size. Yeah, we've got like over 800 people in the Discord now. So you should be able to see a lot of good outlooks and stuff in there over time. I'm gonna check. I think some people were commented on the video last night for Amarin, so let me check on those real quick because I just want to see if there's anybody asking stuff. But let me see. Okay, nothing too crazy new. Not sure what you mean. Exercise options can provide domino effects if option providers already hedged $12 to $16 strike price options. Because if the price keeps rising when they go up, they can get to a point where the next ones have to get exercised as well. And the next one's like $17.50. It's not like 20 or anything. It's $17.50 and then 20, $22.50, 25, and then you have like 30 and 35, like all the way up. Like, it's just staircased up, so it's a good setup for everything in general. That's what I mean. And the other thing to keep in mind is that we could still see shorts try to cover if this starts seeing strength again, and because they want out. That is your opinion, Cheetos. I have a lot of data that says otherwise. If you're talking about Amarin. Exactly, Justin, yeah. I think we're good. I mean, we're in a good spot. Especially because RSI is cooling off. I think the next leg up here would be the push over 1050 we need. We're just waiting for this to kind of like settle in before like the next buy movement. Any thoughts on ARPO pulling back? Well, it's been severely oversold from the market, so I don't know how much more downside ARPO would have, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think options start hedging right away, but even if you were to hypothesize that those ones through $15 were hedged, you still have $17.50 as the next level, which isn't that far away with how fast the stock moves. What do you know about high frequency algo trading? I mean, it depends on what you're asking about it. I don't know the intricate technicalities of it, but I know it can help drive the price up or down depending on how they want to do it. What do you think of Carnival moving forward with cruises opening back up in a couple of days? I think Carnival was a great play, especially over the last few months. If you're willing to drop in when they were down, especially after they dove after COVID, you could have made up big. One of my friends last year, the one who actually got me more into investing stuff, he, as soon as like the COVID market crash happened, he literally bought like all airliner and plane stocks and he flipped them like pretty good. Yeah, I would as well, Jason. They're kind of stuck where they can't. I mean, like, even if you want to cut it as a loss, that'd be more ideal here. But they're stubborn so that they don't want to cover it a loss. And then the new shorts that are mostly up higher from here haven't covered much because they can't within the last few days. So if they open a new short position within the last 5 days from the motion of the share offering, which the share offering was dated June 14th. So let's see, we've got, since that was June 14th, we have July 14th. July 13th, 12th, 9th, 8th, and 7th. Anybody from last Wednesday that has opened a new short position to now, and if we look at last Wednesday to now, so we said the 7th, right? Yeah, the 7th. So the 7th, the peak was around $20. Anybody that shorted $20 down to now within the last 5 days can't cover their positions with the short covering government rules for offerings. So they can't cover right now. Literally any short positions that were open in the last 5 days, $20 and under, can't cover at the moment. Was wondering if maybe they have adjusted the program to reflect more on the emotional side of trading to keep the price down. It's possible, but today specifically, it's because of the share offering. That's the only reason it's down. They shorted it here, and then it was just very lucky gambling timing that they did, that they shorted after the revenue stuff came out. And then right after they did that, they had the filing news come out for the share offering. So they got lucky with the 100K short here, but that new position can't cover. So they're kind of screwed there for a couple days right now. And then we're going into SSR tomorrow with all this on top of that. So, but we're not in a bad spot by any means from where we could be sitting with this. And this is a nice squeeze setup for sure. And what we can also look at is like on uptrends, see if there's any more shorting that happened. We can refresh. So no more shorting happened. We're still at the same. If you look at Ortex, let's see if anything changed. So supposedly like 120K shares in Ortex were returned. Ortex I'm taking with a grain of salt, but if you want to assume that they're using naked shorting has this up to almost a whole float shorted still. So good time to buy in today? It would appear so, Peter. That's all on you, though. In what part of this stream did I give you the idea that you're screwed, Mab? This is getting to oversold, so we should see a bounce here again soon. We're going to check the order flow again, too, because I think there should be, I don't know if I'll need a refresh or not for it to update. The order flow is almost dead even still. Is that accurate? Yo. Yeah, so, oh, dude, medium is almost literally on par with medium. So right now, 50% of the market is trading almost identical, and then the top 25% of the market is almost trading identical. The only people that are really selling on a significant downside to inflow is retail. How much does short interest percent of free float matter? So it matters a lot because it can tell you how much the price can move when shorts cover positions and stuff. And it also tells you how many shorts are actually in the position. Any word on CIDM? Yeah, I think there's going to be some pullback. Their upside was about $2 back early in the year. So I think it'd be a gamble to try to buy them right now playing into it. I just know they cleared their debt, so they'll be good long term, but they still haven't traded historically in the last few months over 10 too much. So you'd still be wishful thinking that it's going to have crazy upside, if that makes sense. How am I base, Jacob? Gotta go to work now, so cheers to the last 3 hours, Tyler. See you on Discord. Yo, see you, Alessandro. Hope work goes well, dude. I would imagine it's rebound soon. You bought in at $20. Have you tried averaging down, or did you use all your money too fast on it? Okay, continue with the 18 heart attacks, or I've been having data. Should I just chill with it? So Jay Moley, I think you'll be fine. The share offering was part of the downtrend today, and we're going into partial lunch dip right now, and it's getting a severe, it's not severe oversold, it's just getting low volume drop right here because we're still getting green buys. Excuse me. So that's why the price is dropping right now, but it needs to consolidate some. So we're looking at maybe a drop to like roughly 1018 before a possible bounce again. 1018 would line up because it has like a couple touch points here. This is why I look for stuff intraday on my chart. So like if you look here, even back before the complete downtrend, we do a little higher where I see 1018. So you can see it touches here, it touches here as a resistance, and then it touches here as a support again. So since it did support and then broke the resistance, came up here and trended and then hit the support, we're looking for this to be another support, and then we'll see what it does here. Where would volume come from tomorrow? Just big buyers interested, or just renewed attention in the stock because the price is so low. Kind of chilling. That held support pretty well, so we'll see if it retests. Gonna need a break. Be back for last hour if you're still streaming. Yeah, even if I'm not still streaming, I'll probably come back for the last hour. So I should be on around then anyway. It looks like it's holding support, but we'll see what it does here. If it breaks here, the next area I would assume it would be, I mean, I couldn't even tell you. Probably just around that $10 support area, really. I'll try my best to keep averaging down in the meantime and help the cause. Yeah, no problem, dude. I think it's going to be solid. I can't guarantee you guys anything. There's nothing guaranteed on the market, but even with the share sell that they added into the market, it seems like it should be fine, even on the front of a squeeze, let alone long term. I mean, it's not on the company to worry about the stock price, really. They need money too. This is actually the perfect time, in my opinion, because if this comes up to where it can rebound into tomorrow, which if there's been like some bullish whales that have been in this that we've seen a lot of different evidence on different occasions for. If they rise this to where those options need to be hedged and put in, that's going to help the cause tomorrow. And then they triggered SSR. So going into tomorrow, if they can open at a higher price tomorrow, the shorts can't short new on downtrends. So hypothetically, we have just an insane run today. It closes like $12, $13, whatever. It holds going into tomorrow. And then we open at market from another run to like 15 to 16, shorts couldn't open positions like lower than 16 unless it's on an uptrend, and it wouldn't be on an uptrend really if it was lower than 16 really. So if they get the higher they can open tomorrow is going to be more indication of where this could actually go. There's a lot of variables that you have to keep in mind playing with this. A lot of people are focusing on one or two things with this, but there's like literally like 8 different layers that you have to dig into to know why there's a lot of different stuff going for this still. It's hard to like tell everybody that, and like obviously, so it's hard to tell everybody that information over and over again, but there's just a lot of stuff going on with it. If you don't open higher tomorrow, it just means they can short on smaller uptrends. That's all it means. But if it still has a lot of movement in it, then it's fine. It looks like it's trying to reclaim this support again. It just had a small dip. Usually if you have a small dip under support like this, it's not usually too bad. Sometimes it just happens as an outlier. Like if we go on like a candle or something, it's not necessarily that bad. So we're kind of chilling. So it's not bad at all. Thanks for doing in. Lots of FUD right now. Yeah, there's a lot of negative information. A lot of people said the financials are trash with the company. They don't know what they're doing. They don't have a business plan, but they disregard that there's a Google deal. They disregard that their financials are going to look slightly worse coming off of COVID because they're a digital company, and that happened with a lot of digital companies. And then, yeah. So a 350 position in AGRI is a good entry for the upside, like the company's fundamentals. I'm assuming you mean AGRI. Yeah, I think AGRI is pretty solid under 3.5. Their IPO opened at 5, so right now it should naturally rebound there at some point. They're really good. They're working in innovating farming on a global scale to be more energy efficient and less wasteful with the resources, which is going to be a good push in the next few years. So you don't know how many new people are here. Can you quick bio? Yeah, I mean, the company, a lot of people don't know they have a Google deal. They have a Google deal that is expiring in September, where they get millions of dollars of their revenue from. But with that deal, there's a high chance it gets renewed because of the Google antitrust laws that have recently been happening. So it's in Google's better interest to just pay the company money and have partnerships with these smaller companies, so they're not dealing with legal issues with that antitrust stuff. I did a whole new video on it yesterday if you guys want to check it out later. So like if you go on my Amarin playlist, you can see like everything since my first start of covering Amarin. But there's a lot of stuff that happens where alongside that, they have catalysts coming up now where they announce their financials early. The shelf offering is going to boost those financials and make them look even better next month, which is why I assume they did their financials early, which would make sense. And then, we just reclaimed support here. That's really nice. And then alongside the catalyst coming up, the company just has like a lot of stuff going for in the future with the Instacart stuff. And then with the short squeeze side of it, the short interest has relatively been unchanged, if not increased, since the June total. There was a lot of new positions open in the last week, $20 and under for shorts, and none of them can cover on the shelf offering today. So if the higher the price goes and the more people holding, the less likely they can cover. And there's assumption that a significant amount of the shorts that are old are still under this $10,000 or the 10 share area, $10. And there's about 23,000 shares here supporting it from going underneath that right now, which would make it more bullish. On top of that, we've seen a lot of indication that there's bullish whales in this. We saw a 200K buy order flash onto Webull yesterday around a 14 support, meaning it was kind of like a We don't know if it was an accident or if they were specifically doing it on purpose, but it looked like it could have kind of been on purpose, saying like, yo, you're not dropping the price here unless we want you to, that kind of thing. There's just a lot of like very intricate cogs in the wheel right now that's kind of moving this to where it could be crazy. Then you've got all the options contracts for 1250, 15, 1750, 20 going in tomorrow, where they far outweigh the puts. So yeah, that buy wall is crazy, dude. What's up, Eric? Hey, thank you. I'm happy to hear that, Morgan. Yeah, I try to give everybody just like as unbiased information as I can get. Like, due to my job, I'm not invested in stocks right now. I'm hoping to go full time with the content here soon as like my main job, really, like between running the Discord and this. And so if that goes to that case, I'll be trading again. But right now, I'm not even invested in stocks. I just cover everything and I try to do it from as unbiased a place as possible. And a lot of it's just based on like fundamentals and technicals and trying to go with that. Like obviously technical analysis is good, but it doesn't mean much if you don't know the fundamentals. And then vice versa. The fundamentals are good, but if you don't know the technicals, you're going to get bad setups. MRIN had a large trend upward, and now it's supporting and consolidating near this 1018 area higher than its low. So it's looking for a next leg up, most likely. Oh, what's up, Eric? Okay, cool. Glad to know you're muck me. That's nice. What's the significance of what part, Justin? It's holding the support really well. This looks like it might be getting a bit more volume to try to get a leg up over 10.58. That's what we're going to be looking for. I think if it stays here and bounces, we could still be seeing a nice close over 11 by the end of the day. Options expiring. Well, so those options have to be bought in shares to cover positions. Like here, I'll pull up the options chain. You can see a lot of them that are in calls for tomorrow. So each of these so these are all the contracts that are currently open. Open interest volume is just how many were bought, and then open interest is going to be how many are active. Right now, even at even at $10, you have 166 that are open. Each of those 166 is worth 100 shares. So if you go to something like 15, where they've got 1,551 open, each of those 1,000, so you would basically multiply that 1,551 times 100. So let's do, so you can get a number of shares. That alone is 155,000 shares. If we went through and calculated all of the options on this up to 35 or even 30, really, that's worth almost 1.2 to 1.5 million shares that have to be hedged for. So if the price keeps escalating and these keep getting hedged for, this is when these get hedged, it'll boost the price and it'll become a self-feeding prophecy where these keep staircasing up and hitting more. And the options are higher and higher as you go up here more. Like $25, there's 3,500 contracts. If you do 3,500 without doing like the exact number, that's going to be another 350,000 shares. And that's at $25, making the price go higher and higher. So even without shorts covering, there could be a squeeze coming from the options, which is where the term gamma squeeze, comes from, because you're looking at the gamma data and the basically the Greek alphabet that are inside of options that you would look over and how it relates to that. Yeah, that $10 is like a stupid, crazy support. It's very nice how it's bouncing off the support here too. It returned to RSI from. It returned to standard RSI from bouncing, so this is pretty nice too, intraday. And we're already at 6 million volume. It's not too bad. Yeah, it depends on the stock. Sometimes stuff's really volatile, like penny stocks. I try not to set a stop loss because those get triggered a lot. I'm not invested in anything right now. It'd be too hard to keep up with my job because I have to clear trades and stuff. Well, you have to look in relation to how fast the stock moves too, where it can run like a few bucks in like an hour, like it does sometimes. Like if we look back on, like I said, like I told everybody, this is an identical setup to where it was June 30th. This is holding higher than June 30th did after it dropped from $18. A lot of the shorts are below $10. A lot of the new positions are $20 and under. But a lot of the older shorts and a vast majority of that short interest is about like $10 to $12 and under. But yeah, this is like a very identical setup to June 30th. It's like eerily similar to how it is. It's just like, so instead of like a crazier spike up here, it did this spike and then it like came here and then dropped off. And it did the exact same thing here. I'm not invested in anything. The industry I work in is regulated, so I'd have to clear all my trades, and I'm not dealing with that right now. So that, and if I'm making content on it, it could be seen as me pumping the market for my stuff if I'm in an industry like that. So I'm just not even going to deal with that. So I don't invest in anything right now. Yeah, actually, potential epic bounce repeating history. Exactly, Mark. But this time with the option, and before it was without options. So now with options, it could be more violent, and that's when it would cross 30. And it could also happen way faster than it did on the initial where it took a few days to get there. Yeah, I'm not in it at all. If I was in it, I would have been in since like 283. Because I called Amarin at like under $3. Which would have made me decent money, obviously, but yeah, this stock has like so much going on for it, even outside of squeezes. You've got 2 upcoming catalysts. It's got a good long-term future. There's like, even for me at this price, there's no reason for me to like doubt the share price. That's like a buy to me. That's just my opinion though. There's just been nothing to show me otherwise that would say that this can't bounce back. That, and I said originally one of these supports could be $10 under $12 if it broke. So it filled that whole gap and it's been staying. And that's with a shelf offering, which makes it more insane. You got it at 15. That's not too bad of an average on this either, though. Yeah, I mean, I can show you guys my Weevil positions right now. Hold on, where will it show me? How do I do it again? Let me put it on the other screen. I'll put in my passcode. Yeah, so you see here, I don't have any positions. I don't know if it'll show anything sensitive here. I don't think it will. Yeah, see, I don't have anything. So got it $5. I kept buying more when it was on that steady uptrend. Yeah, it's been chill, dude. If you hedged up, you're fine. Yeah, 14 solid as well. Zella thoughts. I think Zella has downside. I think it has a bottom out to where it could possibly hit like $2.70 to $3 within the next day or two. Let me see where it's at. Yeah, it's trending down towards there. No, I never thought AMC would hit $1,000. Not even close. I didn't even think it would hit much higher than $100 if it hit $100. RSLS, I've been seeing a few people hopping in that. That one's kind of weird. It's been touched a lot by like manipulation. It squeezed a lot today up. Well, not really squeezed, like it went up, but was there a reason? I'm not seeing any news for it. Yeah, so it just looks like it was like just buy pressure. If you look in the long term, though, it's on a pretty decent downtrend. So, I mean, it's not a terrible buy at this price, but I'd be wary of buying still after like a huge spike like that in the day. You just got to wait for it to cool off. Although it's very oversold. If you watch for it right here, it might be a solid entry. You just got to be careful with it. Amarin is back towards that 10 support. So we'll see where it goes here. Yeah, but they'll never get those price targets, so it'll just come to a conclusion where everybody just holds it forever. And then eventually people will sell. Realistically. No problem, Matt. Ugh. ARPO, decent entry here. Yeah, under $2 is fantastic for ARPO. It was, let me see. I think it was $1.99. Yeah, right there is really good. Even at 2, it's fine. Need to get your NOS. I already had one this morning. I've just not been sleeping a lot lately. Like, I slept more last night. It's just like my body just like wakes me up early lately. Do I think Amarin will hit 10 today? Well, I mean, it could hit 10, hypothetically. Yeah, the support's there, but I don't think it'll dip lower than 10 as of now, unless something crazy happens to that wall or it gets pushed. They can't short more, so they can't break it through with shorting. It would have to be purely selling to drop it there, and there just hasn't been that much selling to do that. CCIV should be good playing into the merger vote and the ticker change. That should be nice price jumps for that. Long term, I think they've got a lot of good upside. It's just something to watch for where they're going in. Your best chance for Amarin. Oh, they just hit that support. What happened to the support? Yeah, you're probably gonna see it drop a little bit now. So somebody just pulled their support at 10 for whatever reason. So we'll see what happens there. Unless they shorted on this technical uptrend. We'd have to check the Fintel though. I'm not seeing anything for it yet. Now, if we look back when it dropped initially on the 1 day, this dropped this way too. You just gotta relax, dude. So that was 91,000. That had to have been a short on an uptrend or something. I don't know what happened there. That was 91,000. That's what happened. But the order flow wasn't showing anything crazy. So that's not retail dumping. Yo, thanks for coming to member, Jacob. Let me see. Where's the order flow? Yeah, there's not a significant change in selling. So something very weird just happened there. Something very weird just happened on that candle for it to drop like that. Because that was literally a 91,000 candle on average, where everything else is like 50K and less. I'm still waiting to see if Fintel or Ortex updates. See what happens. What are your thoughts on MAT? I don't like MAT. I don't like the management. Oh, nice, dude. Well, glad to have you in the stream, Jacob. Justin, relax, dude. I just explained what happened. It had an overly large volume candle that happened on this, and then literally right after, we had 25,000 buys. We're also in a lunch dip where the volume is significantly lower than it has been. Yeah, like price is emotional at this point for where it's going. Look how far below RSI it is. It's 23 RSI. It's due for pullback here. Like, I wouldn't imagine this stays under 10 for very long. This is like an outlier. CCIV should be a good long. The biggest sell wall right now is 10.58 still. I'm still trying to see if we get updates on data or anything. I'm not seeing anything yet, though. There was a very large red candle that was about 91,000 shares when everything else has been trending under 50K. That's what happened. There's a big buy wall that was sitting there and they did it. It could have been like a stop loss raid that was coordinated, like a limit and stop loss raid. But we're already getting more buy volume back in, so we just gotta see what's happening. I don't know if they're still possibly doing market offerings either. We assumed they stopped here. They started going up, but it's possible they could still possibly have some of the market share injected too. We don't know that for sure, so that could be a thing. VWAP on Amarin is 11.12. For sure, Zamir. Yeah. This is a scenario. I told you guys I had potential for 9 to 10. The RSI severely oversold, but with that large candle and it not being shorting, there's very possible cause that it could also possibly be still injected a couple more of the share offering. No problem, Justin. Just go take a walk, man. And just keep the phone off and just chill. Check it back end of day or something. It's already trending up a little bit more on a couple green candles, so we gotta see. How does VWAP matter? Can you explain? Yeah, you can. Generally, it is expected at some point the stock would rebound to VWAP, whether it goes up and comes back down or below and goes back up. That's usually how it works. This is what we can't know for sure if they're selling, but you guys have to look at the order flow for how this stuff is. The order flow is not significant enough to suggest people are selling out. Look at that. Like, it's a very insignificant amount. The large buy flow is actually bigger than the large sell flow right now. Yeah, we spiked after lunch. We spiked like shortly before lunch yesterday, but we had like a little bit of a bounce. But there's been days where it's ran into pre-market or aftermarket more. And you guys have to look at the order flows and stuff. They could still be putting shares into the market right now and just waiting for it to bounce above certain levels to do that. So if that's not closed, that's possibly where this is coming from with that amount of volume coming in. That's what you have to keep in mind. This is going to be possibly $9 to $10 today, like I said. $10 has had that strong support for a bit. And then, yeah. I wasn't seeing FUD. I don't know what you're referencing, so. Fish. I don't know who you were talking about that was doing it. Thanks for streaming at a loss, but waiting for the reversal to pick me up again. Yeah, no problem, Logan. Hopefully we get to that case for you. Like I said, there still could be possibly some of that injecting of the shares in the market, so. Yeah, it's mostly just from like learning on the internet that I learned all this. Even before I got into like my current jobs and my previous jobs and stuff, it's stuff I all taught myself. We're just waiting on this to go. Sorry, I've got some stuff going on in the Discord too. So I gotta make sure I'm like on top of some stuff in there as well. Entire market is tanking, not just Amarin. Yeah, that plays a part too. That's what a lot of people don't like realize, is like the macro events do matter. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not worried about it. I'm just like, I was checking out some stuff in Discord, so sorry about that. This goes around $7. Look at a longer term chart like daily or hour. I'm not in stock, but my back holder friend is, so I checked the chart. I don't think today's around $7 at all. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been looking at this on a longer term trend since June. I compared the chart earlier. It's sitting around the same area that it hit the last time it dipped this low and then went on a run to 28. No, you're good, Marcus. It's not you. Yeah, I checked it, Fish. No worries. I replied. We can also check the entire market if you guys want to see. Finviz, this is a good way to know. Finviz market map. It'll tell you where everything's looking. And whole market is, for the most part, either deep red or barely green. So, yeah. You thought of MITQ? MITQ looks all right. Has a decent setup. I heard a lot of AMC people supposedly be interested in it or something like that. It's a little weird. I don't know if I'd play a play just solely for that, but, you know, that's just me. But, yeah, that was the heat map for the whole thing, so. I still think we see a solid bounce going in tomorrow too. There's a lot of people freaking, dude, but I'm telling you. I'm gonna drop this down to about 10. We might go on the trading view chart and see if there's like technical levels I can check out. The lowest I could see possibly from gap up is 930. We'll just put that on the Weeble chart. So if we go 930, very, very lowest I could see is roughly 930. And that would be on a gap up. That's going to be like, that would be very low if it drops there. Yeah, I think it's still ATM too. I think they just like let off it a little bit. because that volume was just way too high to be like somebody selling. There just hasn't been the selling volume to justify a candle of 91,000. That just doesn't make any sense. So I think this is just on top of the market trend being down in low volume. There's still ATM. So this could possibly hit 930. I just don't know how much they would actually have. It seems like they've had a few big ones, like 66,000, 55,000, 62,000. This is 90,000. I just don't know how much they would need. Oh, this is getting a bit of buys right now. So that's nice. That's what people need to keep in mind, is that it's still possible they're doing the ATM. So we can't, like, you guys got to relax. We can't know they closed it until they closed it, but we can see when it starts getting large volume. It's got pretty significant candles for coming in too for green. It's pretty nice. Would you hypothetically put a good chunk of money as a short-term investment on MRIN or AGRI? I wouldn't be planning AGRI for a short move. I think Amarin has more short potential than that does, but I think Amarin here is also a decent buy for long-term. Why the price drop so much? It just kind of drifts, that's all. So like any like partial moves on a candle could drop it a bit. But like I said, they're still doing their shelf offering through today. So it's possibility that they could still be doing the share offering through here, where it still sees downside possibly till like end of day. The issue that's going to happen is if we get buy volume going up, that's going to make it less significant of how far it drops, and they've held pretty well. So you get high volume and squeeze is done. What do you mean? Like you're saying like the squeeze would happen, or there's very significant points to keep watching on it, Kevin. There's a shelf offering today. It's not like it broke supports from like technicals. It broke supports from like outside fundamental stuff. And the whole market's like deep red. Like you can see the whole, like everything is like red except for Neo. Like let me go on like some of my watch lists from the past few months. Red, July, fairly red, and it's pretty diversified. Yeah. What could be a catalyst for a squeeze? Well, you have options tomorrow, but we've seen like large whales buying, and then yeah, they just put out the FTD data. Let me see. FTD data stocks. Let's see. Let's check it out. Do they have it here? Second half of June, right? Yeah. Let's check it out. Let me open this and we'll see what the document looks like. Text. Let me scroll down Amarin. I'll screenshot it to show you guys on stream if I see it. Let's see. Can I do... Is there a find function on Notepad? Oh, yeah, it is. So, MRIN. Let's see if they got it. So, MRIN's still on failed to deliver. I'm not entirely sure how to read this whole chart. I'm not going to lie to you. Quantity of fails. All right, here, I'll screenshot and see if one of you can help me decipher this. So MRIN is on here. So they're still on the failed to deliver list. I could actually do this. Hold on. Let me copy and paste. And we can put it right underneath the header to compare. Okay, so now let me screenshot. There we go. They're not selling $50 million. They're selling up to $40 million, which would only be about 2.9 million shares. All right, so this is what we're looking at with the stuff for MRIN. So I'm not entirely sure. They had 48 fails. I don't know exactly what that would mean. I'm not entirely sure how to interpret off this, but The options would expire end of day tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, share offering complete will probably be that. There's, as of 6:30, there's 653,000 FTDs at 1730 and 986 put options that expire tomorrow in this price range. So 650,000 shares failed to deliver 1730. That would expire tomorrow. Is that what you're saying? Like they would have to get liquidated? If that happens, that would be huge. Because I don't think they can cover those positions tomorrow because of the share offering. Yeah, you don't want to assume it's done until they're done. I'll wait and see what Jen says about the failed to delivers. Can a squeeze happen if the volume goes low? Yeah, I mean, lower volume can definitely start a squeeze if there comes out of nowhere a lot of buying pressure. They'd have to be exercised. Yeah, so all those failed to delivers would be liquidated, and then that would inject more buying into the market. So that's interesting too. I didn't even think about that. That's actually insane timing. So we're potentially looking at a little more than 500,000 shares needing to possibly be liquidated. If the price goes low, can a squeeze happen? Yeah, I mean, obviously. You just need to get buying power. That's it. Just push the price up first. Squeezes happen on small prices all the time. It seems like they're still doing the share stuff going down here. We thought they were done here, but that was kind of bad to just assume. So they had a buy wall that was supporting it and just buying action offsetting them doing shares. I think they've still been adding the new shares into the market for the stuff, but we just saw a lot of buying here that held the price up for a few is what I think. I think options expire at close. Yeah, so you'd have all day. Check later dates. Amarin, let me see. Fine. June 28th alone, they had 839,000 failed to delivers. That's insane. The 29th, they had another 195,000. 30th, they had another 653,000. Yeah, I think so too, John. It really depends, Chen. It depends on when they open their positions. But it's hard to cover when they're getting bought up. You still have to cover if somebody's selling. But generally, you can't cover as effectively off of an offering. You have to have somebody selling. Yeah, the securities lending is crazy. Yeah, so the 30th, there's 653. What's the highest? So after the 30th, they are not going to show it. But on the 30th alone, there were 653,000 failed to delivers, which is crazy. EDR's been on a long pullback. Yeah, I think it should be fine. Hey, yo, thanks, John. I appreciate it, dude. Hope you have a good one. Option puts are separate from FTDs. The FTDs from 630, 653,000 haven't been bought. Which is how they're on a threshold list. The report has likely grown since 630. Yeah, I would assume they've grown too, which is more catalyst for. So this could be part of the uniting of the squeeze tomorrow then, if options and everything go. No, I know they don't add together. That's what I'm saying, but they're still like high amounts comparatively. I think I worded that poorly. So like the fact that they had over 839,000 on the 28th is wild. Like they almost had 1 million, and then holding over 600,000 on the 30th still is crazy. So they could be liquidated soon. What do you mean, merchant? I'm kind of confused by your wording. I don't know if I'm just being dumb and it's going over my head. I don't know what you mean by your wording. If the puts are in the money tomorrow, then they have to buy them next week if they're exercised, so they go down as fails delivers. Yeah, that too. And we still have the call options too. Oh, we just retraced back to 10. That's nice. We're already retraced back to 10. That's sick. Do you have any information about shorts covering margin calls? So we don't have too much on shorts covering besides Fintel. Let me see. Fintel, they're still at 150,000. So there was only like 50,000 that were returned since the beginning of market, which is very, very low. Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be insane with that FTD data. That's crazy. My understanding is limited on FTDs, but I believe they basically do not provide shares they owe. I think it's still supposed to bump the price, though, to an extent, isn't it? No, I didn't mean to make it as, like, they add together. I worded that poorly. I meant, like, there was a huge, like, amount between, like, the 28th and 30th. Like, seeing almost 1 million just on the 28th is 800,000 is crazy. And then them still holding it above 600,000 for the 30th. That's what I mean. No, but there's a lot of call options that are staircased up is what I mean. So if it gets by volume and goes there, that could be like a further like ignition is what I meant. Like, I didn't say that it's going to do anything right now. There's this like, that's a factor that lies into it. I mean, if you're bullish for on this tomorrow, yeah, some calls could be nice. I don't know what price point I would tell you to go at. Like, it's going to be a gamble if you go super high, but I would imagine there's still a decent amount that would have to be covered tomorrow, though, even if it's not that full 600,000. What will the share dilution do to the squeeze numbers? Well, I don't think it'll change much because a lot of the people that are getting the... So we haven't seen evidence that shorts have covered much today, right? A lot of them are still out of the money, from my understanding, for where the shorts were sitting before this started going up a lot. And the new shorts from the last week, so since Wednesday, anybody that shorted between Wednesday and now, which is about $20 and under, can't cover on a shelf offering due to SEC rules. And any of the older shorts haven't had evidence that they're covering. So right now it's kind of like gridlocked where no shorts have really covered on the share stuff going in. So all of these shares are getting bought up by institutions or people that are most likely going to hold it anyway, that are getting injected in the market right now. And what that brings about is the fact that the utilization is still going to be high, both on borrowed shares and the normal market like holding. So there's still not going to be liquidity for people to cover their short positions. Yeah, they could definitely borrow more shares, but there's only like 150,000 shares for them to borrow right now is the issue. So that wouldn't cover the amount that is off unless they did something crazy. And we're on SSR, so they can't technically short more right now, supposedly. Well, we have to see like how they play it out, but There's a lot of stuff that could happen. There's so many different ways this can play out. It's wild. First off, this isn't a pump and dump BJ, so, you know, the spreading the FUD's not appreciated. But this is definitely not dropping anywhere close to where you think it is, so... It sounds like you don't know exactly what fundamental stuff is behind the company, which, I mean, that's kind of on you if you lack your research, but that's nice you made money on puts then. We have to see where this price ends up once they stop injecting the shares in the market, really. What's the buy-sell ratio at this point? Let me check the order flow. We're still upsized in large buys versus large sells. Medium is about even, and small is a little more on the outflow side. We're technically positive on the day for buy flow, though, which tells you some of this, like, stuff going in the market. And it's still trending back towards 10, so that's nice to see, too. What do I think tomorrow's going to be saying? There's just a lot of stuff that could play out. Like, it could play a lot of different directions, a lot of different ways. Like, there's literally... endless scenarios. Yes, but they hypothetically couldn't do that much more. Even if they wanted to with it on SSR, there's only a... whatchamacallit, they can short on uptrends, which seemed like they did, but there was like some more that covered. There wasn't more that really shorted that much down here. Most of this decline was the shares being put in the market. This they shorted on an uptrend, so they did this on an uptrend and shorted here, but this wasn't significant shorting through here. This is just a slow decline from the shares going in the market. There's a lot of price manipulation play on both sides on this, yeah. Actually, there's a few different ways this plays out that you would still win, so that's not entirely accurate. I'm just saying there's a lot of ways to explain how this could happen. It would take way too long to explain all the different ways. It's just like, yeah. Like, there's a lot of different routes this can take to get to the same kind of goal, right? That's what I mean. Yeah, kind of, Merchant. It does seem like that sometimes. I'm not sure what you're asking about AGRI sidekick. Are you saying you want to sell at a loss to buy back lower? Because I wouldn't do that. That makes no sense if you're just buying the same stock lower. You're still losing the same amount of money whether you realize it or don't realize it. Oh, I just got... Let me see. Oh, some people were just talking about the FTD in the Discord. I was trying to look over that real quick, see what they were saying. This holding 10 again is pretty nice. Unless you skip the price movement between selling and new buying. Yeah, but how do you think Power Hour might play out? It really just depends on if they end up ending this thing or not. This is probably going to play out through the whole day. I could see this possibly consolidating and getting to 10. It's going to be key, I think, to close above 10, though. The whole market turned sideways today, Psychic. You got to give it time. The short-term horizon for me on AGRI was like probably a couple weeks, like 2 to 4 weeks. It wasn't like a day trade. That's not what I was saying. So if you're asking for a day trade, sorry, that's my fault. I misinterpreted. But I don't usually do day trades. I do shorter swings than long plays. But general, the whole market's like not fantastic right now. So anything that you're entering today is probably going to see red for like a little bit. That's just inevitable. Day 13 plus T plus 2, which is when they'd be required to cover, would be next week. Yeah, that definitely is a good sign too. Yeah, within a month you should be at profit within like, I would imagine minimum $4 to $5. So you should be very fine on that. Sidekick. We're regaining a little bit of climb here. This is so small though. Look how these candles are. That's how low the volume is. Like, look at that. It just looks ridiculous. What's up, Mandy? We've got stuff just kind of vibing right now. Just waiting. See what all's going on. What you up to, Mandy? You just watching the charts? Just chilling out? I think order flow is still looking bullish, so that's nice. Yeah, we're up to 0.12 positive today. So, like, if you look at the large-scale orders the last few days, this is very indicative of the stock direction and the sentiment of large buyers. So we went from large declines at its peaks to where it's slowly been less declines, and now today we were positive after being down 1.25 million after right now. Nice. I need to eat lunch soon. I'm probably going to, like, just stream all the way through power hour at this point, though. A short squeeze could definitely happen. It just needs a lot to happen to force it at this point, like a little more. Your thoughts on a Wish aside from it gaining meme traction? I mean, it could be good. It's a global marketplace, so they have a lot of revenue and stuff that comes in. I just don't like the meme stuff screwing with it, so it's very manipulated, so it's hard to judge a good buy point for long term, if that makes sense. Any thoughts on SQBG? Sequential. Looks like on a bad downtrend like the rest of the market. I mean, it's got a gap to fill around like 830, 840-ish. It's already trading lower than the peak of 6.9. I mean, you could see possible downside to like this 850 area, so I'd worry about that a little bit if I were you, just in case. But I mean, if you want to position it, wouldn't be too bad to here. I would just leave buy power into average down, unless you're already long in it. Then obviously I'd be looking to average down over time, if that makes sense. This looks like it hit a double bottom now, so we'll see where this goes. It's still trading the middle of this channel between VWAP and this 930 support, so. Inside on SPCE, I am not feeling great about the management right now. I don't like that they did a share offering at their thing and basically just screwed everybody, especially like during pre-market. That was pretty bad. We're still sitting around 1008, which is good. Do you happen to know how do we find penny stocks before they launch up in the early days, weeks, like Zella? How does one know where they go up? You just kind of got to know the company early. A lot of it's just researching stuff in depth and finding something like severely early before like people get attention on it. Like pharma stocks is like a lot of catalysts. What is VWAP? So it's volume weighted average price. And so it's basically what the price is generally going to be average based on the last closing price for where it is. Usually for VWAP, you start trending back towards VWAP at some point. So you see how this is like slowly like gliding together. At some point, these will meet. When you're running up, it's more bullish. When you're downward, it's a little more bearish. But usually it means you're going to rebound up if you're down for a while. And if you're up, you're going to rebound down after a while. It just kind of helps you play out stuff a little bit better. I mean, if you're at a loss in SPCE, it's kind of hard to tell. I couldn't really guide you on that because they do have a lot of downside in the future. But if you're fine holding very long term, they're probably going to come back. So, I mean, that would be worse if they did this offerings when the price was 20 plus, in my opinion. That would be way worse. XXII. All right, let me check that in a second. I've got a FTCV I got to check. I don't usually deal with golden crosses and stuff. Usually if you're newer to stuff, you don't really need to worry about that. You can be pretty simple with technical analysis without dealing with advanced patterns. Is this a SPAC? This looks like an SPAC. I don't know anything about the company. I mean, technically they're on a low, so they might be a decent buy for future, but I don't know who they're dealing with. So it's still, SPACs are still like pretty big gamble right now. So that's kind of just my opinion on it. It's really just hard to judge that right now. You said XXII, 22nd century. Yeah, I don't normally do all day streams, unfortunately. So XXI fell off a cliff. What happened to do that? Is it just sell-offs? They climbed 6%. Is it just like market weakness? I don't know why they fell off. They're on a bottom from since back around, what is this? April? So like around April, they're hitting a bottom near April. So you could be filling that gap there. I'd look for, I mean, if you're on a position, it might be something worth getting into on a low. It might rebound soon, but I mean, until it reverses, you might see more downside. So I'd watch out for that. We're back on Amarin. It's still holding 10, so that's nice. We'll see how it scales. It really just depends on when they close the offering thing, because I'm pretty sure they're trying to get it all cleared out today. So I would like to know how the offering transaction is made. The company sets the offering price at 13 and it's still possible to sell the price below 13. So it's at the market, but the issue is they filed it yesterday. Technically, it was dated July 14th. So it was at the market price of yesterday. And then this got shorted pre-market off an uptrend right before they came out with it. So it got shorted down and then it just got hammered down. And that's why. If it wouldn't have gotten shorted that much, it was just extremely like convenient timing for shorts. If they wouldn't have shorted it down there on that uptrend, or this wouldn't have had an uptrend, we wouldn't be seeing it this low. It would probably be around 11 or more right now. I mean, fighting cancer doesn't automatically make something a good company. I have a few cancer stocks that'd be good at that logic. Atos is decent because they have the COVID stuff too, though. I'm just trying to make sure I caught up on chat. All right, there we go. We're still at 10, so. We're chilling. This isn't too bad, dude. It could be way, way down. This is like holding really well for having a shelf offering. That's what you need to do. Shelf offering is just like a very small, like sort of offering. Instead of like basically destroying the stock price, they do the market price, and then they put it out throughout a day, and then it like brings up the balance sheet of a company. It's just like a smaller scale usually. They have to file for it and everything though, and there's restrictions of how often you can do a shelf offering. But right now it's for a value of like $40 million. So they could do it for up to like 2.9 million shares or so, or if they decide to cut it short, they can cut it short. It really just depends. But either it would either be $40 million or under worth of capital that they would be raising. That's what they filed for. So the max it would be worth $40 million. They started doing it around like this $12 area around market open too, I'm pretty sure. So it started a lot of them around 11 and 12. If you were to think about it in terms of if they did it at $10, that would add maybe like 4 million shares in the market hypothetically, but it's not going to be 4 million. It would be less than that. It's all going to be like staggered too. So there's no way to judge it for sure, but their estimate was about 2.9 million. So I would say like maybe like 3 to 3.2 million shares is a safe estimate right now, the price drop. But like I said, a lot of those shares won't go to shorts as of now. So they're going to go to like people that are holding, like institutions and people buying this up. If we look at order flow is still looking decent. Order flow is now 0.25 up on the day, bullish, so that's good. The large order flow is increasing in gap away from large outflow. Medium is still lagging slightly, and retail is still lagging slightly, or small, I guess I should say, not retail necessarily, but that's kind of where we're sitting. It's still hovering around 10, which isn't bad because I think they're still dripping in. So FTCV. I checked FTCV for you. I asked if it was an SPAC. If it's an SPAC, it's going to be risky for now. They're usually generally priced around 10, and it's on a long downtrend. So I'd be careful hopping in this if you don't already have a position. SPACs are going to be very hard to judge, especially if you don't know what they're working. I don't know who they're dealing with, so. Oh man. I don't view this as bad at all. I still see a lot of people freaking out about it, but I don't think it's that bad like everybody thinks. I get the emotional side if you bought high and you're down like 50%, but that's also just like a risk management thing. That's not like necessarily the stock being bad or anything. That's just like a learning point, a teaching point for where like you average in your positions a little better down the road, if that makes sense. Anytime I make a bad trade and I get into something like that, it's usually just been because I got my averages bad. I don't know what would verify July being the worst month. We cannot see today's order flow to your stream video position right side of the screen. What do you mean? Order flow shows in the middle. Does it not show it? It should show right here. I'm gonna see when it comes up. I'll see. I gotta wait. There's kind of like a delay on my end too. Oh, so my camera's in the way. So essentially, we're just positive $25 million. It's nothing, or $0.25 million. It's nothing crazy. This is the main thing you need to know, the discrepancy between here, like the order flow kind of like numbers. But it says we're positive for large scale orders, which is true because we're up from 4.66 to 4.40. So that's all. That's the only number you need to know. That's all it is. That's all it shows. Yeah, I mean, like, everybody's freaking out, and I get everybody wants to make money fast, but you literally have a prime scenario where this goes up regardless in the long run. Like, this isn't, in my opinion, something to take an L on, but, I mean, that's up to each person, what they want to do with it. Yeah, it usually happens when you're a new trader. I prefer having a red day when I'm in, like, when I first came in, I got bloodbath pretty hard. So now I'm kind of numb to stuff. It helps me, like, separate my emotion a lot. Like, obviously I don't have money in these positions, and there would be more emotion if I had money in. But just knowing how to not overextend yourself is good. Like, if you have conviction on a stock, do like 10 to 25% in it if you want to go that high. 25% is a little extreme for a lot. And then if you aren't necessarily sure, but you want to try to get in for some possible play money, you just throw in like anywhere from 5 to 10%. Yeah, I just don't see too much downside from this point, Matthew. There's just holding this well with a shelf share offering is not bad at all. Yeah, I feel like you can't really feel too much worse about it, Marcus. I think you out of anybody can be like, yeah. Coffee time? Dude, I do need a coffee. I don't have time to do it, though, if I'm still streaming. Everybody wants me to stay streaming for market close, so I don't have a NOS or anything. But 100 MRIN shares at 1965, down 965. Yeah, I mean, you just put in your average too high. You got to average in a little more, that's all. I've got a video on it on my channel. If you check out my How to Invest Smarter thing, I did like some live trading and used clips from it in the stream to go. Ooh, we see a nice uptrend on here right now. This is good. But basically say it's coming down, right? And I see it going. I look for possibility where it switches between red and green candle here, and I'd buy around this area. And then it would do the confirmation up here and come back down. And then when it switches to red to green, I'll buy the same and just do kind of like transition that off. You can also do technicals where you think it might come down to a certain level. And if I'm watching it and it's holding roughly and hitting a certain area a lot, like 980, there's a good bet if I put my limit around 980 to 985, I can get more there. And that helps you just basically have your average towards the bottom of the price, even on volatile stuff. Send me Uber Eats. No, it's all good, dude. I'm not too worried about it. Any large flexes in the paywall today? No, there was a 20,000 support around 10 earlier, but there was a very large spike that broke it through, which is why you saw that dip to 980. And I think that was mostly because they're still issuing shares into the market because they're trying to close that whole offering today. So what do you say when if you buy a stock about the same time and sales show red as if you sold? I'm not sure what you're asking there, David. Which link were you talking about, merchant? Let's get this Cheddar brother seeing these numbers. Got the homies trying to fight me. Dude, they just gotta relax right now. I think it's fine for sure. Yeah, I feel that, Marcus. I'm sure with your position, it's adrenaline rush. Hey, what's up, Marwin? We're getting a lot of reversal right now, which is good. We can't know when the when the share offering is done, but holding above this $10 area going into close is going to be key. That's what we need to keep in mind. Oh, out of Invest Smarter. Yeah. Yeah, I've got some charting in there too. It's crypto charting, but it works just the same as stocks. I've also got like an old research video I did. I want to do an update on my research tactics now because I've modified it a little bit and I dig into filings and stuff more. And I also want to recommend some tools like scans and stuff for people to use. But there's a lot of good stuff out there you can do for getting better averages and getting it on stuff early. We are just chilling right now. AGRI shot up, made 350, then just exited. Nice, dude. What did it hit? Oh, there you go. 3670. Nice. That was a good day trade. Yeah, I told you if you just wait on it, it'd be solid. Yeah, I broke VWAP. That was pretty sick. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad you made on that. The bid and ask price bought at the ask, but showed as red, not green. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably just a graphical error, I would imagine. Any change in Ortex data? Let me check Fintel and Ortex. No change in Fintel. Ortex is still supposedly positive on the day for shares borrowed and about 10.3 million SI. And then cost to borrow averages about 233% supposedly. So Amarin's getting a bit of a push right now. Okay. The volume's really low. Did they stop putting shares in the market? It's dropped off a ton. Did it close out? Is it done? TD platform, gotcha. Yeah, that was probably a graphical thing. I've never used TD Ameritrade, so I wouldn't be able to give you sound advice on that, though, unfortunately. This is a nice little jump from Amarin here. I like this. There's the biggest wall is still going to be 10.58, so we'll see what it does. It's hard to say yet because maybe they stopped for a little while last time and let the price rise too. Yeah, it's possible. That's why I'm not sure. If we can get a reclaiming of like 11, that would be sick though before they did it. If they stopped, that would be very good. Just whatever cushion we can get to keep this above 10 for close is what I'm looking for. That's going to be the big thing, I think, is getting a close above 10. Slight uptrend tomorrow when options expire in GTC. Yeah, I think it would be more than slight though if that stuff were to happen. Is the market bouncing back? All right, so now we're at 10:30. We're not doing too bad. I mean, it's trending towards overbought, but it's not entirely overbought yet, so we'll see what it does. I don't want to leave you guys to it, but what if I just did a what if I just ran to the gas station and left the stream on with the music for a bit? How would you guys feel about that? What platform do I use? I'm not trading right now because of my job. I'd have to clear trades and do a bunch of stuff. I'm looking to go full-time soon, and I want to trade with a smaller account for tutorials for you guys. But when I trade, I would have done it on Webull. Webull's really good. Amarin's looking great. Yeah, I like this uptrend. This is nice. This is a good cushion above that 10. Yeah, if you guys are chill with that, I'll literally just go and I'll just run to the store real quick if you guys are fine with that and just leave it on for you guys so you guys can watch a chart. Would you prefer like a trading view chart or do you want Webull? What looks better to you? I understand YouTube streamers have done it before. I'll probably put a text note up though if I go. What chart would you guys prefer to have though? It's like something like this, or do you like these candles better, or the... What's your guys' preference on these? Yo, thanks for the 250, Chris. Buy a monster. The one with background colors. So this one, Trading View. I've seen a bunch of Weeble. Solid background color? Okay. So Weeble, okay. All right, I'll leave it here then. Let me put a text thing on OBS, and then I'll get like food and a drink and come back. Let me do, you see text, add source, properties, read from file. I forgot I had this old thing. Hold on, let me make a whole new text source. That was from when I streamed on Twitch. Add new source. Be back for market close. Getting lunch. Let's do background so people can see it. Is there a... There we go. All right, cool. Let's leave it there. Let me move it though, so it's not in the way. There we go. And then what I can do, I'll turn off my cam so you guys can see. I can move it so you guys can see the level 2 and all that. Yeah, I appreciate that sidekick. Yeah, I try to give pretty good analysis on anything I touch. Even if it's something not great, I try to give the upside and downside. Yeah, I got it. So, no, I'm not going to get gas station food. I'm going to get a drink from the gas station, like caffeine, but I'll probably get food while I'm there, too. There's like a McDonald's and stuff there. All right. Yeah, if you're asleep when I'm back, Marcus, I'll catch you later, bro. All right. I'm going to turn off the cam, and then I'll be back for you guys. Enjoy the, like, level 2 data and stuff. Do this. Let's go here and do that. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit. Yo, if you guys can hear me, give me 1 sec. I'll turn my cam back on. I got my food, so I'll probably eat a bit. I told you I'd be back for close. We got like 2 minutes to spare. It's gonna be epic. Yes, I know I don't have a video yet. Hold on. I thought that yo was part of the song. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's funny. I expect you to be taking another short break in about 30 minutes. No, I'm good, dude. No, I didn't get a gas station. I got McDonald's. The gas station I went to is connected to a McDonald's, so I just went there and got a NOS, and then I got a McDonald's real quick. Let me turn cam back on. There we go. What's up, peeps? All right, we're back. Amarin's holding pretty good here. I'm liking this. This is looking good going into power hour. Hey, yo, thanks, Winston. How's everybody holding up? What's the rest of your guys' trades looking like for the day? Is everything down for you guys, or what? I remember Sean earlier was saying like his homies were gonna fight him for this. You still around? They still trying to fight you on this stuff? Oh, dude, of course. I'm eating 2 cheeseburgers. It's very healthy. It's protein. Check out that crazy support at 10 while you were gone. Oh, that's actually, yeah, that's pretty nice. Dude, this is so choppy right here, though. This is nice. I like this. It's pretty good. Huge volume got sold there, but they bought it all. Oh, you're right. So they're probably still issuing shares. Yeah, it's just holding well. That's good. That's really good. They're not giving me a straw. Are you serious? Those mofos didn't give me a straw. Solid day trades. Nice. Down about 5K. Zella made 50, Ver made 20. That's not too bad. Mostly red SoFi up. Nice, nice. Yeah, SoFi is going to be a great one long. All right. I'll try to keep the mic away from my mouth while I'm eating at least. Ooh, SoFi's almost 16. Yeah, that's a nice retrace. Oh, that is filthy. Look at all those green candles. Oh, man. That is disgusting. Dude, under 16 was an absolute gift on SoFi. That is wild. Fisker's holding pretty well. I mean, EVs and stuff are just getting shredded lately. I still think they can get back to possibly 20 by end of month, though. We just need the market to, like, hurry up and correct and get back. RMed under 35 was solid as well. It's already retracing back. This is due for, like, a push any day. SoFi is such a low, or RMed has such a low float. Like, the free float's, like, less than 5 million. So we're gonna be seeing, I'm gonna edit the title now. Market close. There we go. I guess I'm drinking this without a straw. You guys are clowns in the Discord. What? What are you even talking about in the Discord, Marcus? What the heck? I was confused. I thought you were drawing a trend line over my head too until I realized you were pointing at chat for somebody. What about the title for when you leave stream for afterwatchers? I can always rechange the name for later. What flavor? Baja? What are you talking about? Which one? I'm drinking Dr. Pepper right now, but what Baja are you talking about? This right here is a NOS, if you're talking about this. What is a good title for that? I mean, just MRIN shelf offering news and stock market analysis July 15th. I don't know, something like that. It doesn't matter what, you can't taste it. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Dude, Baja is a secret to the universe. You best believe that. All right, I'm gonna eat this real quick because I still haven't ate yet. This stock is, I think it's going to surprise a lot of people, man. I really do. I don't know how you guys feel right now, but I think this stock is going to shock a lot of people doubting it. I'm not even kidding. Now, I hope it's tomorrow and not the long upside. But either way, I don't care. I'm in it for the long haul watching this, so. Baja should cure COVID, bro. Just split from Pepsi and just make a Mountain Dew stock. And just come out with like new variations of Baja Blast every year. This is an automatic like rise in price. Could you imagine? I want to see if I can draw a trend here to follow. At least my unrealized profits don't seem to go any lower anymore. Yeah, that's always good. Price target next week, Friday. I couldn't tell you that, John. Tomorrow's going to be very indicative of where this goes. Tomorrow's going to be huge because the option's expiring. So that's going to be the big catalyst for this. This looks about accurate for where we could be. Maybe about right there. That looks like a possible trend line going into close. So we'll see. If we can get here, it could be supporting around 1020 going into close. That's what we're going to view. I think that's a good chance for that. Baja is a word for ass in Sweden. Well, thank you, Alex. That's good to know. Wait, so that means in Sweden, Baja Blast is ass blast? Oh, no. Wow. Oh, that's awful. Bro. Yeah. Do they have Taco Bell in Sweden? Is that a thing? Can somebody confirm that? Well, I guess if you're from Sweden, like, could you tell me if there's Taco Bell? Is that a thing? Los Tacos? I'm pretty sure we have that in Colorado, too. If you're talking about, like, the actual franchise. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know how far out Taco Bell is. I feel like that's a pretty American thing. I don't imagine they're in too many countries. I've never, like, felt the need to look into the logistics of Taco Bell locations, though, so. You've not seen Taco Bell in Mexico? Well, that's because there's, like, authentic Mexican food literally, like, every street, isn't there? They have Wendy's in England? I didn't know that. I wouldn't have surprised that. They have McDonald's, like, literally everywhere. You can go to, like, Japan and get, like, weird, like, sushi food from McDonald's. It's kind of weird. Small amount of Taco Bell in Canada. See, Canada, I would have figured would have it. Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, the more I see this setup, the more bullish I get, dude. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I like the more this gets read, the more I get. It's a weird infatuation I have with this, but the more this price drops, the more I think it has a nasty swing coming. Shake Shack needs to be in every country. That'd be pretty sick. Kentucky Fried Chicken, Pizza Hut, and Starbucks in remote parts of Philippines. Nice. Have been there through McDonald's in Japan. Did you like it? Did you get like the regional stuff or put those horns on? 5-minute chart wedge forming. Oh yeah, you're right. Ooh, that looks nasty. Wait, so if we want to be real dumb with this, let's say. The question is, do we want to be real dumb with this? Dude, imagine a squeeze through after hours. This would be very unlikely, though. This looks sloppy, but it'll work. Look at Marcus's trend line. It's wild. Where's Marcus's trend line? Yo, Marcus, you want to link your trend line in the chat? Oh, it broke through. They got some more pressure in. We'll see if it bounces back up here. This is a 1-minute candle still, so. 5-minute chart, it's still technically there, so we'll see what happens. Sometimes sloppy's the best. I mean, you're not wrong. Hiroshima had the best udon. I want to go to Japan at some point, but I want to learn some Japanese first. That's my main thing. This is now going to be a resistance till it can push up. The candle looks like it's dying on the red though, so this could be good for transitioning back to green. We might have to drop the trend line a little bit. This might just be too aggressive. This looks more realistic. Honestly, this could even be like one of these kind of deals where it's like yeah, we're chilling here, and then that's our wedge. That makes more sense. There we go. The more Reddit gets, the more you want to buy. Yeah, well, I mean, I can't even buy. I'm just saying in general. You added me in Discord? Oh, yeah, I saw that. Marcus, is it filling that trend line still? Is that still accurate? Oh, dude. That is such an aggressive line. What chart time frame is that on? You're good, Marcus. No worries. Dude, I don't feel like that thing is probably accurate, but that's that's an aggressive line. Yeah, Japan has some cool vending machines for sure. This stuff's crazy. Is there anything on here we can see? All right, so no shorts covered or anything. What about Ortex? Ortex is still about the same. That's not too bad. The failed to deliver is severely high. Lord. Wait, what does that fail to deliver? June 28th was 1.6 million failed to deliver. Are you serious? Dude. The blue one's still valid. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the blue one then. Dude, that is insane. They had almost 2 million shares not covered that were shorted / borrowed on June 28th. That is ridiculous. I saw Marcus send that to me earlier, but I didn't really look at it. Dude, that is absurd. They just came out with the data for June 30th today. That's crazy. Yeah, it is a little bit, but that's insane. Well, so most of these probably aren't fail to deliver. I think probably they say for estimates between 400 and 700,000, but that's still wild. Like the amount that had. The last time it was like that was October 2020. They had 1.8 million failed to delivers. Lord. Oh yeah, somebody said to check the squeeze on this I had way back then. Let me see. Because I had a squeeze back then too. Where's the October? Oh yeah, this went from 1 to 5. That was nothing. Yeah, this one's way better. Yeah. What does that imply for us? Basically, it's if they don't cover by a certain amount of time, they get the people borrowing get margin called, and they have to get they're forced to cover their positions. Like it's a regulatory rule that if they can't. So to break down FTD and how it happens, since a lot of people don't know, FTD can happen for a couple different things. Primarily, one is either if you're too broke to pay it back and you don't have the money to do it, or if you go to whatchamacallit. It's a hold on, sorry, my stream is shot up. If you either don't have money for it or there's not enough shares in the market that are being sold for you to do it. That's it. That's how it works. So that's basically the majority of it. But yeah, it would just be like broad liquidations essentially. What are we on for this? There we go. We're chilling right now. Oh, I saw AK and Pasta sitting in the Discord chatting. Yeah, no problem, Jesse. Yeah, a lot of people didn't cover it to begin with because they, frankly, I just think a lot of people missed the mark on understanding what the company actually had going for it. I think there's still a lot of upside for it, both with a squeeze and long term. So, like, even from right here, say, like, you bought in at 16 and you're super red, or like 20 plus and you're super red, there's significant upside, dude. Like, there's just so much that is going for this company. But the short squeeze just makes it more interesting to watch the short-term action on it, too. Wonder how many shares from the offering they're actually able to sell today? I'm not sure. I wonder if they finished or if they maxed it out. I mean, I wouldn't personally get out of Amarin, so that's on you, M-Dog. I still think there's a lot of large upside. I don't think the offering is too much. The offering is obviously going to dilute the price, but that doesn't mean much short-term. Yeah, you think whales are going to sell this at a loss? There's no way. Look at the order flow. The order flow is positive for the day. Like, outright positive. And then they've got large flow is more positive. So you got large flow, medium flow. The only thing that's negative is small orders. So that's like less than 25% like volume orders. So the order flow was positive on today. And we're still holding around 10 going into close. If it closes at 10, that's super good. Yeah, exactly. No problem, M-Dog. Yeah, sorry anybody coming in. I literally just went and got lunch, and I didn't want to miss market close because I feel like this could be interesting. So I'm still eating a little bit, but I'm almost done. I would buy. I'm technically not able to buy with my current job, regulatory stuff, but I would definitely be buying here. I've been covering this since under $3, so I could see them trying to force it to bounce tomorrow because of options. Yeah, I think there's going to be a large push coming in to try to influence that. But even if the squeeze doesn't happen or it's prolonged, we've got catalysts coming next month and possibly in September. So a couple different dates for possible PR on the stock. Yeah, you got in hella early, Eric. Yo, thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks, M-Dog. Could you see a return to $25 short term? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could happen that put it there. What I'm going to be looking for, because we have SSR tomorrow, there's only about 150,000 shorts available to borrow. So, hypothetically, outside of naked shorting, there's only about 150,000 shares that could be shorted. And going into tomorrow, if we close over 10 today, a lot of shorts are still underwater. They're going to bring it back down. But what we could be seeing with SSR is they can't short on a downtrend. But what we could see is them trying to short to keep it down in pre-market. But if this runs pre-market and can get up to possibly like at least 13 or 14, it's going to make it harder for them to short it down during the day. And if we sit above at least 1250 tomorrow at some point, we start seeing options come in for hedging. And you see, you're going to see options pushing the price up alongside possible shorts wanting to get out because it's starting to get more dicey with the options covering. But you've got a lot of options chain stuff. That's a catalyst. You've got a lot of whales seemingly on the bull side that are in this. There's just a lot to it, really. Yeah, everything is whenever the share offering does close. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of volatility for sure. But yeah, hypothetically, Jack, if everything went prime scenario for where I could see this tomorrow, we could be looking at a possible 20 to 25. That would need a lot to happen, though. I think more realistically, we can see at least like 15, 16 tomorrow in right conditions. Huh. I love this song, dude. Yo, Ariosis, I just saw you join the Discord since you were asking that, since I can just tell you, in general. So I'm gonna get these scalp and options alerts back up soon, probably next week. I'm wait till I get paid next week, and I'm gonna get those running again. But they were basically like options and scalp alerts that'll happen with options that an algo bot will read out on the broader market. So it's not just watch list items, it's like literally it'll read options flow and tell you good stuff to look out for. Oh yeah, for sure, Rot. So hypothetically, somebody was saying that the failed to deliver could be as much as 600,000 plus tomorrow for a margin call, which would be insane too, because we could see a lot of volume coming in off that. I would hope that the spike comes early in the morning. Yeah, that's my hope. I cover pretty much all stocks I can to this depth, plastic handgun. So all my videos on my channel, I try to do like a fundamental analysis and then a technical analysis for everybody. Obviously, the more I cover a stock, the more I dig into it. But if you go on my Discord, I break down stuff a lot in there too. How do we know an offering's over? Usually probably when they just announce that they're done. It'd most likely be the end of day. It could go for Monday and Tuesday because certain conditions. Yeah, but tomorrow's going to be a very big indicator, I think. Another thing to... what was I going to say? Another thing to keep in mind is that there's a lot of people that would probably want to buy around this price level. A reason why a lot of people didn't want to buy before and the volume dropped off is because the price ran so high. Yeah, so the long-term plan on the content, if I go full-time, which it looks like I could possibly start doing in the next month or so, I want to do a website or some sort of blog article site where short-term, it'd probably be a little more simplistic, but I want to do research articles on stocks I'm very high on long. So I'll do basically like long-form text article versions of how I do my YouTube videos. It'll have like technical analysis charts in there and stuff for a long-term scale to look for. It'll have updated news on each thing as like new press releases come through and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So that's my long-term goals. I want to put in through a full research article site on literally all of my stocks. And the plan would be, it would be as free as I could keep it for it. As long as the cost basis isn't too high. If the cost basis is high, I'd try to do like some subscription that would be like $3 to $5, nothing crazy. But my goal is to try not to paywall people as much for my content as long as it's viable for me, if that makes sense. So the more people I have like watching YouTube and the more this grows, and then the more people I have like chilling in the Patreon, the less I have to like make the general info and most of my research like paid, if that makes sense. We've got possible support here, by the way, of looking about 980. Also going long term on something as soon as possible. My holiday is over. Nice, dude. That'll be sick. Yeah, dude, that'd be sick. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys are... I like this website, Biofarm Catalyst. They can show you all the stuff coming in. I like this because I do have a lot of pharma stocks, but kind of like a layout of this site where you can see like articles coming up of data and different things. They have drug pipelines, biotech analysts, stuff like that, but kind of a layout like this. Ideally, I'd want to get a ticker box like this, or I'd get integration embedded from TradingView. So I would try to integrate TradingView in so you can see the chart live. That would be the main plan for the stuff. I don't have a podcast yet, no, but I am working on a free ebook for people. It's more targeted towards beginners and diversifying your assets and how to enter positions and do charting and a bunch of stuff like that. But it's more a matter of just me getting down and writing and finishing it. If I get to the point I can do full time, obviously I can get it cleared out more, but it's more of just getting it done, getting it submitted for copyright so people aren't actually just stealing it and reselling it for profit, and then just getting it set up to where I can either put it as like a free download on my Patreon, or I'll put it as a free download in the Discord, something like that. Yeah, no problem, Kevin. Yeah, I don't mind streaming on days like this. I know people were getting ripped into... I heard some people were getting ripped into on streams earlier, but like, I don't really care. If somebody wants to come rip into me for stuff, that's on them, because like I'm pretty extremely unbiased with a lot of my stock opinions, as much as I can be. Like, obviously you'll have some sort of bias, but I try to analyze everything from a very like data-driven point. Start training. Your info content is amazing, easy to follow and on point. Meaning do this full time? Yeah, so it's really just a cost basis kind of thing. Like if I can match my income at my current job, which is pretty sustainable for me, that's where I'd focus on doing full time. Thoughts on Wish? Wish is all right long term. I don't know how their stuff short term is going to play out. It's going to be a little weird. Just subbed. Do you have a Discord link? The one in the description keeps trying to get me to she's trying to make me downloading it when I already have Discord. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, sometimes the description ones are weird. I can send you an updated one. Give me one sec. All right, here we go. What site shows who has the shorts on Amarin? What do you mean who has the shorts? They don't usually tell who the short people are. It's really hard to find out who's actually doing it. That's going to be the Discord link for you guys, by the way, if you want to join. Nah, it's not way below 10. It's fine. We're chill. You just join the Discord through that link, discord.gg/dreamcoined. This is looking for resistance now to pop back through. It needs a rebound, and it's finding support here again. That could be nice going in. We got about 30 minutes left, so we can see a lot of stuff coming too. Down 4K with 16 average. I think you'll be fine long, man. I would chill out. Today's a down day. The broader market is red. The last 2 days have been red. I would just relax. That's what I would do. What do you think about AMC buyer weight? I'm not very high on AMC. I don't find very much great fundamentally with AMC personally. I mean, they just improved their balance sheets, sure, but they were literally a failing company even pre-COVID before stuff went down. I'm just not high in them, and I don't like how their management has been, especially with the movement and them like being two-faced. Like talking to the movement and being nice to like everybody pushing their stock up and then turning around and constantly asking for share offerings and stuff. It just looks very disrespectful to me, to investors. They just look on back end stuff for big stuff that discloses that. I mean, smaller stocks like this is going to be harder because I don't think it's a lot of big hedge funds. Hey, Sarah, it did recover where I was at. The issue is they're still draining shares into it through the day. So, I mean, you can be upset with how I've analyzed the stock, but I haven't said anything factually wrong thus far about the stock. So I'm nowhere to be found in the Discord because I'm literally sitting here live streaming, answering any questions as somebody comes in the chat, which I think is more valuable than me trying to type in the Discord for 6 hours. And I get defensive when somebody challenges me because everybody says the same things over and over again, and I'm tired of explaining myself in the same questions when people don't want to listen. Like, I don't know how doing a live stream for the entire market day is less valuable than being in the Discord, truthfully. It's breaking this support here, so it's probably going to drop a little bit. We still have a bottom support at 930. Yeah, I mean, the entire market's red. Like, if I go to, what is it, FinViz? This is the entire market right now. like especially tech and communication sector, which is where Amarin resides. Literally all of it's deep red. So the main things that are holding this up right now are industrials and like consumer defensive stocks, which would be like Pepsi and stuff like that. Let's check Ortex too. I'm also gonna look at the order flow. Or shares changed on Ortex is supposedly a couple covered, but again, like take that with it's Fintel still has it about the same. But yeah, Sarah, I mean, like, if you don't like my analysis, you're free to like just not watch or be in the Discord. I mean, that's always an option. Nobody's forcing you to be around for the stuff. It's not like I have you strapped in a chair telling you like, no, you need to buy this and do this. I'm just telling you factually based on the data that I have where I see stuff playing out. If you want somebody to lie to you for emotional support, that's not who I am. So do what about Discord? Check a thing about a website. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the FTD stuff, or what website are you talking about? MITQ looks solid. We had somebody actually go over the IPO in the Discord if you want to check some deets. Oh, making a website, you DM'd me. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'll reply to that in a bit. I do want to have somebody help me build the website probably. I'll probably have them set it up to where it's like a WordPress format so I can upload stuff pretty easy, or just figure out like an easy way for me to manage it. But the long-term plan is I'd probably have somebody help me build it for sure. I probably wouldn't do it on my own. We're still kind of filling in. This might just be more of a gradual line. So I'm going to adjust this and see how this sits. We still might just be looking at a bottom support at 930 realistically. This is just like wishful thinking for the trend line right now until it changes. I don't know if they'll still offer shares with the shelf offering through after hours or if they'll close it here. I would imagine they've got to be close with the amount of volume that's coming in for getting everything out. There's a scenario too where this could dump a bit in price here too. So if you get, if you see that, I wouldn't panic too much because that's most likely more of their stuff going in. But if we look at order flow, I think order flow is still holding up positive. Yeah, order flow is still slightly positive on like a couple different fronts. So be able to build the website for you if you pay me in Amarin shares. Yeah, I give you enough Amarin shares that it's like worth like 4 pennies in comparison to like your port right now. This might be the proper trend line. We're gonna see where it goes. Let's check trading view. I was trying to cycle through the volume and see roughly where we're at, because we're at decent volume today with this stuff going on. About 7.7 mil. Hey, yo, thanks, Money Machine. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I'm glad you like the Weeble comments. I try to get everything to people on there, too, when I can. Full shares only, thank you. Well, yeah, but, like, even if I gave you, like, 10 shares of Amarin for me, for example, that would be, like, pennies compared to yours. So I see this going one of two ways. Either this is going to push up towards 10 and reclaim it right before close, or I think it drops like a little bit towards this area. from them having to issue the last few shares. I know it seems like their plan would be to get all the shares out today, which is why I think tomorrow sees a nice bounce. So we'll kind of see where it goes. I may have some money, but I don't have enough Amarin shares. Yeah, you just want to own like 10% of the float yourself. Prediction on Amarin tomorrow? I think we can see a bounce. It really just, I can't really give you a particular price point. There's like a lot of different ways this could pan out. So it's going to be hard to even try to give a guess for that. I'm probably going to have to look at it deep tonight and see how it trades into the end of after hours, really. Hey, what's up, Mills? Buy the dip, yo. So it does seem like it's kind of following this trend. So we'll see what happens. Let's check the rest of July right now, see where we're at. SoFi is still holding about 16, so that's nice. How many call options expire in the money tomorrow? Well, none of them are technically in the money right now. We would need to get above at least $10 for even a few of them, and then above $12.50 for the next set. You think we'll see 14 again before September? I think there's a good portion of that, yeah, that could come out with their finances. No, the quarterly reports aren't for the dip because that was preliminary. It wasn't actually their official statements anyway. What happened for the dip and why this is so gnarly is that going into pre-market today, they were on SSR, so they can't short it going down, but it was on an uptrend going into open. Somebody dumped here where there's 100,000 shares that were dropped. We can line that up with Fintel where they had 200,000 and then 100,000 were shorted here. So that was in pre-market. And then literally like within like 10, 20 minutes after that, we had, or not even 10, 20 minutes. It was like 10, 15 minutes. We had a case where they came out with the filing news for the shelf offering, and then that dumped it down to here. So now it's like stayed down in this downtrend because they're still injecting those shares into the market through the day. So that's kind of what we're sitting and seeing. Somebody else had said that 635,000 were expiring tomorrow. I relayed that info to the Discord because it seemed right. There's if you look up FTD stocks, you can find it online. So fail to deliver is basically the definition. That's what you look for. But you got to do failure to deliver stocks June 2021, and you can pull up the. Oh, I did full screen by accident. 2021. You go to the fail to deliver data on SEC, and you can download the list here. For June 2021, and literally I can't remember what the number was. Let me pull it up and I'll show you again, and I'll screenshot it. So if I go to search for it, usually you want to do like Control F and find it. You're gonna go find the next dates. The latest date on Amarin for failure to deliver as of June 30th was 653,000. And that's past, like, we're coming up on the deadline for when they would need to have covered that. And I think tomorrow lines up with that. So there's a good chance that there's a large portion of that failed to deliver, if not more, that needs to be covered tomorrow or it gets called. I mean, they could have, David, but it's hard to know. I think it's hard to believe that the company would give them stuff unless they had an employee that took them off. But usually that stuff gets kept under wraps. I mean, it could be, yeah, Fairyland Full. It really just depends on the price action. I mean, the squeeze could still happen with price action, but the issue is shorts are still going to be trapped under 10. And then we do have a couple catalysts coming up for the company where they'll announce their actual financials coming up beginning of August around is what the estimate is. And since they did the shelf offering, they're going to be millions of dollars up in revenue from their current financials, which is going to look good on their financial sheets because their debt, like their what's it called? Their gap, their estimated losses from operating and stuff is expected to decrease from what it was in Q2 2020. And so between the losses decreasing and the revenue going up, that's going to be a good catalyst when the financials come out. And then we're looking towards September where we could possibly be seeing a renewal of their deal with Google. I mean, it could have been David, but it's hard to tell. RSI underbought in the hourly 4-hour chart. Bounce back should be soonish. Yeah, I mean it's pretty down for like most of the day. You can see it like on any time frame. It's pretty oversold on anything that's not a 1 minute. I mean 5 minutes a little different, but 10 minutes there. And then you've got like all the hourlies are pretty oversold. So going into tomorrow, we should see a good bounce. The thing that that I've been telling people, even with the share shelf offering, I've shown this a few times. This is an extremely identical trend to how it came down on June 30th before it ran up to $28. So, and this is before the options came into play. A shelf offering is kind of like just a share offering, but it's done in a certain way, so like it doesn't interrupt the market as much. It's usually a less amount. Here, I can just pull up a description for you so you can get a kind of read on it while I'm talking about it. So it basically sets it so they don't have to sell the entire issue at once, but it looks like they're trying to, like you can basically get it without doing like extra penalties on your pricing of it and stuff like that, really. But you can do it where you can have it issued over a period of time or all at once. But the way the price action has been today, they've set it so that it looks like this downward trend is because they've been putting all those shares in the market today, which is why my support down here is around 930, because that's an estimate of where that could possibly bottom out with share dilution. The options definitely give it a catalyst. It does affect the stock because they have to hedge for the amount of shares for each of those, because each option contract would be worth about 100 shares. So that comes through. The significant thing with the failure to deliver stuff, though, I think they were talking about this in the Discord earlier, is if they go to exercise puts that are in the money too, though, and those can't be delivered, that increases the fail to deliver stuff, I believe is how it works. So it makes even more of a margin call opportunity. Do you know how much shares they'll be adding to the free flow? It's estimated to be about like 2.9 to 3 million based on the equity they wanted to raise. Yeah, I think this is like pretty close to a floor. Why the price was doing so good and then it dipped and they released call options. So call options are based on trading volume, so they fit the exchange requirements and everything for trading volume and everything and liquidity. But it was doing really good and then it started having downtrends, because anytime it would have an uptrend, there would be a lot of shorts doubling down and new shorts entering in. And then on top of that, we had decreasing volume where we were seeing over 100 million volume some days, down to like where the past few days have been like anywhere from 15 million or less volume depending on the day. So it's just like a lot of different factors that play into that. But really it's just because it ran essentially, what is this? Like it ran over a week for this uptrend from the down part right here on June 30th, and it needed to cool off. Like this was mostly consolidating. And if it wasn't for the shelf offering, we'd probably be sitting up here above like 12, 13 in this area. So yes, it would, but they would reference that they would have had that equity increase, so that's going to boost that PR. Even though their revenue won't change much on that statement, they'll probably mention that in their official, like if they do an investor call or a press release for that financial, they'll reference like, we made X amount of money off of this offering, our balance sheets are healthy looking forward, that kind of thing. That's usually what happens when companies have that. They try to justify where their stuff is at, which they don't really need justification at this point because they're still in a solid spot anyway. So hypothetically, it should make it rise because they're forced to cover those positions. But the big thing to keep in mind when you're looking at stuff for the failed to delivers is that there's a ton. Yeah, it was technically already there, TN. They had filed it a while back, but then they put it into place. I think this is like really good timing because if they did it on an uptrend around when it was $20, I think it would have killed this more. But this is kind of gridlocked to where this is holding around above where most of the older shorts are in. And since they did the share offering here, the new positions from like last Wednesday onward, which were $20 and under from the peak, can't cover from the share offering. So all of the buys for the share offering are coming in where it's mostly going to be institutional buyers and people holding. Yeah, no problem, Brendan. Hope you have a good one, dude. Let's see if we can get a last minute push here. The last 10 minutes. That'd be sick. Just see some thick candles coming up here. Imagine this like peaks this resistance at 1050. I would scream, dude. I just don't know if they're still filtering in shares or not. So that definitely drags it down a bit. The volume has dropped off a little bit, but you can still see about 28,000 shares filtered. So I think they're still injecting some into the market, which is why I think there could be possibly a dump here, just right at the end. Yeah, no problem, TN. No, that's all on you, Kevin, man. It's all on your risk management. I don't view anybody negative. I'm not like one of those meme stock people that's like, you need to hold for the movement, like do all this, whatever. Like you got to do what's good for your financial scenario. I started telling people as soon as it started running, it was getting into a riskier and riskier play. And there's multiple times in videos and streams I said that. I've purposely told people to be careful if they enter in. And a lot of the people that are burned right now are the ones that got excited on the movement because they were new or just wanted to jump in and get quick money. And this wasn't necessarily a quick money move. Like you've always got to look at the downside. And that's why I try to give like the downside on every video as much as I give the upside. Do I ever look at the Acune disc line? Actually, I really don't. I've never really messed with that. You're talking about the indicator for that, right? That's not usually something I deal in. A lot of my trading style, so I'll use different indicators like on TradingView. I'll use a lot of stuff like this is a RSI VWAP. So it's an RSI built in with the VWAP. So you can kind of see the volume weighted average price RSI, which negates the previous day close. It kind of resets intraday. So we can see the entire day it's oversold, obviously, because they're injecting shares in the market, that kind of thing. Other things I'll use are like Bollinger Bands. I've got a trading algo bot that I'll use for buy signals sometimes. Different things like that. Look at the 5 minute, the last 3 days. What do you want me to look at on here? You missed out on $500 when you paper handed your puts yesterday. RIP. It's very possible. It has to hit a certain scenario, though. Like, I don't want to give you guys a price target and get your hopes up for stuff because I don't need... like, it's hard. It's going to be very hard to predict with the shelf offering. It throws some wedges in. It's harder to predict with that stuff now because I don't know when they're going to close it, even though they're closing it supposedly today is the plan. So... Got up 2 mil 2 days ago, but only sold about 700K on my chart today. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, the volume's been decreased significantly from a couple days ago too, like for right here. So that's another thing to keep in mind is like low volume with this stuff going on. Like if we had a shelf offering when we had our severely high volume, the price wouldn't be anywhere near as low. We're looking at a possible push here. They're at 990 right now. I don't know if they're done with this or not. Any prediction on green or red tomorrow from the price where it is right now? I think we have a high chance to be green, but it really just depends on the early volume we get in pre-market. No, I don't think they're looking thick on... like, I don't know if you mean that in a good or bad way. 1250 has a solid chance for tomorrow if they are early volume, but that's going to be very dependent. We're getting a last minute push. We could be seeing, they might try to hold this under 10. If they can close over 10, this is going to be great though. There's 12,000 shares at 10.15 trying to sell wall. So we'll see how this goes. They didn't say that, but the way the stuff has been filtering in, I would imagine there's not much more shares to put in because most of this volume for the whole day has been that, like especially that, like 85,000 volume out of nowhere with the order flow more bull than outflow. That doesn't make sense that that would be selling and not like the share stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's just how everything intertwines together that I'm thinking that. It is extremely a battle versus bulls and bears, dude. It's a huge one. There's a lot of whales in this, I feel like. Dave, I don't know what music you listen to when you're doing your business, but I sure as hell don't listen to lo-fi while I'm doing that, so... We've got like 4 minutes left. I just want to see a big push over 10 at the end. That would be crazy. That's what we need. Can you expand why you think there are still whales who are long here? Well, we saw a bunch of whales buying around 12 to 14 and higher. They haven't indicated that they've sold based on order flow, and our order flow is more green than red today. It's positive by like $140,000. And so it seems like there's still like a big push to keep buying this to add to long positions. Yeah, same JL. I think there's a way more risk reward ratio right now. I don't have an opinion on AMC. I have no idea where it's going to go. I don't even cover it. I don't really care, dude, to be honest. There's so many people covering it that I wouldn't even bother. Unfortunately, I've done some TA on it, but it's not like, it's just not something I care to cover really, if that makes sense. I'm usually more for safe investing. The stock itself is a safe long term. Like even without the squeeze, it's safe long term. There's a huge buy wall at 10 of 8,700. There's going to need a lot of volume last second to get this pushed over in buys. We need to see where this goes. They're fighting to get this up, dude. This is going to be crazy if they can close 10. Is your AMC refuge? I feel that, dude. We need some buy volume coming in fast. There's like, we would need like 9. With the volume coming in, we'd probably need like 15K shares bought in here to get this pushed over 10, I think. Are you covering after hours? I might watch it for a few. I don't know how long I'll be live after hours, though. We'll see how it trends. We need a quick push. We got like 2 minutes. Yeah, so we got a minute, 10 seconds roughly till close. 200 shares at 9.95. Oh, yeah, I'm sure Stock Twits is going off right now, dude. Dude, this is going to be close. It just needs a very big last-minute push. Just remember they can short more, too, on an uptrend. So if they're trying to do a last-minute buy, they have to time this, like, really close to be able to get this to close. We'll see where it's at. It's going to be really, really close. Come on. We got about 20 seconds. Can they get the buzzer beater, dude? We got like 15 seconds now. It needs a huge push. I don't know if we're going to get it, though. Did you guys see that buy volume that came in last second? You guys saw that, right? There was like 12,000 shares that this came in at like 9.96 last like 5 seconds. Dude, that was crazy. They literally tried to trip it last second. That was so close. I mean, we're not in a bad place here still. 9.97 is not too bad. That was crazy. That was like 12,000 shares that they dropped in there last second, dude. Yeah, but it's more important to close. But I mean, it's not too bad there for closing there. It's not bad. That wasn't bad at all. That was pretty sick. That was really fun to watch. All right, guys. Hopefully tomorrow goes well. Thank you guys for chilling. I don't know how much longer I'll be on. I'll probably be on like another 5 to 10 minutes. I think I have a session on a 1-to-1 session with somebody here in a bit, so I'll have to dip out for that when they're home. But whenever I do get off, I'll see about making a video later. It really just depends on what I think I can cover. I might just recap some of the stuff I said in the stream. It depends. But I wouldn't imagine the volume would be lower. If anything, I think it would be higher. I just hope this is the closing of the offering, because that would help a lot. Time for whale sleep. Yo, we'll catch you later, Marcus. Thanks for chilling, man. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you about streaming tomorrow, depending on how the stuff goes, too. I'll let you guys know. If you're not in the Discord, make sure you're in the Discord, too. We can keep you guys updated. Yeah, exactly. I would say that, too, Dave. Just announce it after hours. They're like, oh, yeah, we raised so-and-so. Why am I so invested if I can't invest? I like covering companies with good fundamentals. It also makes me a better trader for when I can actually put money in, so I don't see downside in it. What time does classes start? What do you mean? Like for my stuff? So I don't know when I'm going to start doing classes for like group classes, but I've got like private one-on-one sessions at a schedule for people. Yeah, the Discord's free. All right, here you go. We've got like over 800 people in there right now. We've got like a day trade chat if people want to scream out runners and stuff. And then we've got like our main stock chat to just discuss stuff. I've got a monthly watch list I'll put out, and then I'll drop in stocks I find interesting as well. So Trading view says 12.15 for Amarin in post market. Does it really? It's not showing for me right now. It shows at 10. Yeah, no problem, Hamad. Hope it helps a little bit, dude. Nah, you're good, Dave. I figured it was a joke. Is it frustrating not being able to game? Yeah, I feel like I could have made a lot more money. My portfolio from my initial investment was up about 400% from January through till beginning of April. So I had flipped about $400 into about, I think my peak was about like $17.80 at one point. And then I made a bad trade on NNOX. And then I dropped down to 16. But I mean, 400 to 1600 in like a month and a half, 2 months isn't too bad in my opinion. Yeah, I think Amarin still has a lot of large upside, especially if you're willing to sit on it long. The short play is just like more interesting action that can happen short term. But long term, I think they've got significant upside. There could be a large boost in price with options expiring tomorrow. It really just depends on what happens. Why is Marcus talking about drinking sand in the Discord? All right, dude. Jeez, we just got a bunch of you in the Discord at the end there. Yo, all you are joining. Welcome, guys. What time do they expire? Usually they expire end of day, Friday. We've also got potential failure to delivers that need to be covered tomorrow too. So we could either be seeing short positions covering on their own accord, or they're going to be closed out by their dealers that they're going through. So that's something to keep an eye on as well. There's a lot of things that play into tomorrow. It's a lot to analyze in as a whole. So. Yeah, and Nox has a really good upside. I played their FDA thing. I was going to day trade their FDA announcement when they announced their single source FDA. They spiked pre-market to like the 70s or whatever. They pulled back. I bought in at 50. I had like 40 or 50 shares of it. Rode it up to 70. Was stupid and didn't sell. And I even called it like to people in the Discord. I was like, this is probably going to dump at market open. I didn't sell because I was stubborn. It dumped at market open and I just didn't sell. And then I ended up cutting it like 2 days later when it hit 40. I just made like a really bad judgment call on it because I got greedy. It was just really dumb. I would have made like $300 on the trade too. It was crazy. So I went from being up like $300 to losing $200. You bought 18 shares at $18. What do you think I should hold or sell? Do you have any buy power left? If you had buy power, I would see about trying to get that down because your position is small enough. I don't know what your portfolio is like, so I mean, this could be a large position for you. But if you have buy power, this has been a good spot to average down. If you're fine with sitting on it long, there's a lot of people talking about selling this at a loss, but I don't see a reason to do that right now, especially when they've got catalysts coming up and they've got good potential. So like even if they don't squeeze, you've got like possibility of growth going into August and September. So just chilling, working in the yard, got a B-day in 2 days. Well, happy early birthday, Lightfoot. Hope that goes well for you, dude. Yeah, no problem, Abe. Of course, dude. I just see a lot of people that are down in the stock and expecting it to fail because they have a negative bias. Like, obviously I'm skewed more towards positivity, but it's also just because, like, I think a lot of the data shows that it has severe upside. That's all. I'm just waiting on my buddy to message me to see when he's home. Hold on. He said he'd be home in like 5 minutes from now. So yeah, I'll probably start cutting stream short here in a couple of minutes. What time are you going to be on tomorrow? It really just depends. I might do a market open stream, see how stuff goes. If not market open, I'll do market close. I don't know if I'd be able to do a full day stream again. It really just depends on what's going on. So I'm just going to have to see. I might see about, I've got stuff I've got to do for work. So if anything, I'll kind of work it around that and see what I have to do. And then we'll go from there. Like I said, I may or may not do a video with some of the Amarin updates tonight too, to see some predictions for tomorrow and give some scenarios. But if I don't do that, I might not make a video today because I had this stream all day. So some of you guys can reference back to this if you'd like for some ideas. So to the moon, moves them all. Yeah, so if you guys aren't in the Discord, make sure you're in there. I'll drop it in there one more time for anybody last minute before I leave to get you guys in. We cover stuff pretty regularly in there, give you guys some good ideas. A lot of my plays are catalyst swing plays that I play short term, and then long term I just pick companies with good fundamentals and upside. And I do speculative trading where I think their market caps could grow to with like industries and macroeconomics and stuff like that. So if you're into that, that's a lot of my stuff that I play. And then you've got people that are more just like straight technical that try to trade day trade in the Discord if you want some faster stuff on there too. So you get a lot of options there. But yeah, no problem, Gerardo. All right, guys, I'll catch you tomorrow, and I'll probably post on like Twitter or Instagram if I go live as well too, because I keep forgetting to do that. So I'll let you guys know tomorrow as well for anybody not in. But all right, guys, thanks for chilling. I'll catch you next time.